Alright, so, it's back to Final Fantasy IV. I debated making a whole it's part 2, which is part 4, which is part whatever joke, but I'll leave that for social media, which I'm not worried if people get confused there. So, if you missed the last session, the screen we're looking at right now may be slightly confusing, as is where we're standing. So, last time we started our adventure with Cecil here as a Dark Knight. He was in the service of Baron, going and claiming the crystals for what he thought was the good of his kingdom. After doing increasingly awful things, starting from destroying a town of wizards over in Mysidia and taking their crystal, and then getting tricked into blowing up the village of the Callers, he has fully rebelled and gone off on his own adventure to turn things around. Now, a lot went right and went wrong along the way there. We met Rydia in the village of the Callers, promised to protect her, and most recently, before we stopped last time, we lost her. There's more on that as we go here today. We met Tella down there, who we needed his help in order to help Rosa, because he needed to go to the same place we needed to go to get the cure for the fever that Rosa had. That got sorted out, and then Rosa got taken at the same time Rydia did. Turns out Kane, who was our best friend and main companion at the beginning, has continued to work with Baron and their new leader, and kind of a problem. He whooped us at the end of our sequence of events last week. Now, you may notice Cecil's a paladin. By coming back here to Mysidia and speaking to the elders here, we found out about the Mountain of Ordeals. We went up the Mountain of Ordeals, went through a whole thing there, and now we're a paladin. Cecil has foregone all of the evil that he had learned all the way to this point. And there's some extra layers to that, but we won't be going into full detail on that. If you want to know the full story there, you're going to have to go watch the VOD back there, which is definitely up on YouTube by now. And it's it'll still be here on Twitch as well, because I don't get rid of them. Twitch gets rid of them automatically. So, that's where all of that is. Now, you'll notice there is a significant level disparity between Porom, Palom, Tella, and Cecil. That's because he had gotten reset in level when he became a paladin. That's still going to be a work in progress. Just kind of let that happen. Now, the story of Porom and Palom is they are a pair of young wizards that the Elder of Mysidia set to spy on us when we went up the Mountain of Ordeals, supposedly to help us get up the Mountain of Ordeals, but it was revealed at the end of all that they were there to spy on us and make sure that we weren't going to be a problem. And then they chose to join us afterwards, so they are staying with us for question mark amount of time. So yeah, that's a very shortened version of everything that happened, but that's the main points of what occurred. The only other major notes that I missed is Rydia's village, as you might have expected from us being sent there to destroy it without realizing it, is basically completely gone. It burned down and then Rydia dropped a mountain on the other half of it, so, wasn't ideal there. Not shown here is Edward the Bard, who we lost somewhere along the way, alongside a lot of other problems. He doesn't really matter that much, so I kind of forgot about him in the description. But what we are here to do now is we're going to take the Serpent Road here in Mysidia to go back to Baron and try to save the day. I cliffhangered it last week because it seemed like a good time to stop. Teleport. We'll get there eventually. It's not the fastest teleport in the world. Wham. Convenient that they just didn't lock this up. You know, they could have just, like, barred this door, broke the switch, locked up this door just to make sure people weren't going to invade Baron through the Serpent Road. But I guess they assumed since the Mysidians closed the Serpent Road that it wasn't going to get used. Surprise! What's wrong with the king? He's changed. Cid was arrested for acting against him. I mean, that does sound like a thing a king would do. Yep, that's the training room as before. The king's given us such a hard time. He was never like this before. The Karate Man was invited to lead the guardsmen. They're at the inn. Wait, Karate Man. We did also lose a Karate Man. Is that one of our missing friends? My dad says we have few customers these days because the soldiers are hanging around. Yeah, that tracks. That looks familiar. Bring me refreshments. Who are you? Bring me refreshments. Who are you? Yang! Hmm? It's me, Cecil. I became a paladin. Get him. Yes, sir. Hey, turns out Yang's not himself either, huh? There's a lot of people not being themselves going on lately, it seems. These guys are no match for us, so I'm not gonna bother wasting magic on them. Oh no, they made Cecil tiny. And then they unmade him tiny. Oh, okay. Now they made Plum even smaller, and then obliterated Plum. Why didn't you just do that to Cecil in the first place? Dang, it's me! I know that. Apparently, he really is just out for us, okay. On the bright side, at least the one who got killed isn't the one who could revive. Oh, the two who can revive, really. Now, Yang is probably worth throwing some magic at, because he should be pretty strong. Now, the question is he under someone else's control, or is he acting so that he doesn't get caught? Shut up! Ow. Okay, well, Plum is back on the floor again. Very good. Glad I bothered reviving him. Based on that shut up, though, I'm assuming I need to knock some sense into him. I don't really know if it's worth it to me to bring Plum back, but I'm gonna try. Now, you must have been doing really well for yourself, Yang, since you have a lot more health than you did when you were working for us, that's for sure. Achoo! Yep, I'm just gonna kick Plum in the face again. Ouch! Okay, at least he noticed that one. Okay. Thud. Huh? Cecil! Leviathan attacked us, and I don't remember what happened after that. It seems you are being utilized by the Baron while you're amnesiac. I'm sorry. Where's Rydia and Edward? Rydia was swallowed by Leviathan. I don't know what happened to Edward. I see. Where am I? We're in Baron. Soldiers will hear us. Let's talk over there. Yang has joined the party. Hooray, we have another one that can actually attack things without needing to just use magic all the time. It was phased through the small child, don't mind us. Beating the guards? That's great. Stay at my inn, it's free. Who's this gentleman? Tell the sage, Edward's father. My daughter loved him, even sacrificing her own life. I see, I am a karate master of Fabul. I'm the Mysidian genius Palom. Please do not mind him, I'm his twin sister Param. You heard us, man. Stop it, Param. I am ashamed. Anyway, we must rescue Sid. But it won't be easy to sneak into the Castle Baron. Yeah, but we lived there. We know our way in. What is this? The key of Baron. Yeah, with this key we can make it. Received Baron key, conveniently. Hooray. Now, fully rested, it's time to go cause trouble. Let's go. The hell of a thing that we just conveniently happened to get the key to the castle. So it makes a degree of sense. Because if they've got Yang completely under their control, it becomes a matter of, well, why not give him a key so he can get in and out of the place? Didn't we give him weapons? Pretty sure I gave him weapons, and he doesn't have them anymore. Well, that's irritating, but so be it. Wasn't trying to go into the castle yet. I wanted to see if the town had things for us that we didn't get when we were here previously. Nope, it's shut down. Oh, wait. Ah, the Baron key also opens this. Why are these shops open if the door was locked? Well, best not to question it too much. Get you a Thunder Claw and an Ice Claw. I don't remember if you two have Thunder Rods right now, so let's not buy those yet. Most importantly, though, we're gonna get Yang into a position where he's actually gonna be useful. You've got a Flame Rod right now, and you also have a Flame Rod. Assuming these Thunder Rods are better, considering they're new, we're gonna go ahead and just pick up a pair of those. I do also have a tendency to use Thunder Magic, so if it enhances Thunder Magic, then that'll be better for us anyway. Sell the regular old staff we were carting around, sell the Flame Rods. Because remember, we do need to keep some inventory space. Otherwise, bad things happen. Let's see, we got karate armor, so we'll grab that. I don't know if these headbands are going to be better for anybody else, so we'll just grab a couple of them to test. I think most everybody has silver rings already, except obviously Yang, because he got all of his gear taken from him. Now that raises attack a bit, so that's good. There we go. 45, 21, 7 looks a lot better. He's actually got more defense than Cecil now. Oh no, he has 5 less. I got my numbers immediately crossed in my head. He's got the same attack, which is good. Significantly less defense. Which means you probably don't want the headband. Yeah, it's actually just straight up worse than the Gaia helmet for you. And everybody else already has Gaia gear, so yeah. Those headbands are worthless for everybody that isn't Yang. Kinda figured, but I have the money, so I figured I'd check. Because it was either that or do inventory juggling after testing it, and I just was not into that idea. Let's go ahead and get this inventory sorted. Gotta go all the way down here for the sort button. There we go. Why did the sort put the Cure 2s all the way down here, though? No. Bad. Unacceptable. That's better. We'll leave the cabin down there at the bottom because we're not going to use it that often. The tents are going to be used a lot more. And even the tents aren't going to be used all the time. Which is why the cures are what's up here. This way, healing, healing, fix thing, fix dead, get magic, fix everything in desperate panic. That's basically the order there. There's a cure 1 in that pot. Lady, I need you out of my way. Thank you. Nothing in any other ones. Okay, dokie. So let's see, is there anything else I can do around here before I go to the castle? Since Cid's been arrested, there's no reason to go to his house, I don't think, but I guess I could go talk to his wife and see if she can get me any information. I'm gonna grab an extra set of Cure 1s here. Just so we're not burning magic to heal between fights, because I get the feeling we're gonna be in for a bit of a haul here. Do I think 16 Cure 1s and 10 Cure 2s are gonna be enough, though? Since they do stack, I probably should grab more than that. I was worried they were only gonna stack to 10 each, since that was the unit of measurement you could buy them in. Let's see how many it stacks to now, then. Okay, yeah, it just freely keeps stacking. But 36 should be enough. 36, 6 of those, 10 of the bigger ones. Basically, we'll use the Cure 1s to patch small wounds in between fights. Use magic for in-fights. So I couldn't buy ethers here, right? I can, but they're very expensive. I am gonna grab a couple more status heals then. And a couple more lives. Because I get the distinct feeling that those are gonna be kind of in short supply at a bad time at some point in the future. So having extras of those will be a good thing. Totally not stalling to give people time to filter into the stream before anything particularly interesting happens at all or anything. No, why would I do a silly thing like that? That's crazy talk. This door's locked, but I can unlock it. I don't know why I would, but I can. Where does this go? The old waterway. Oh right, that was the path we took to get to Mist, which was the Collar Village we ended up blowing up. Right. I remember now. No, Cid's house isn't locked. Cecil, so you're alive. My father hasn't come home for a long time. Right, it's his daughter, not his wife, that lives here. Right. He no longer has a wife, or question mark. I failed to remember the relation there. Obviously, lots of airship-based books and flight books here. Because that's Cid's whole thing. Anything in his well? No. I think we're done here then, but I'm just gonna make sure. That door, the west building in the town? It's the underpass to the Castle Baron? Wait, so there is an underpass to Castle Baron? But I thought the old waterway was how we got to Mist, or does that go multiple places then? I'm gonna guess we can't actually walk in the front door of Baron then. Let's go try that just for shits and giggles. After we save the game. What are you? I love that they don't say who are you. They're just confused about what Cecil is at this point. So I guess the old waterway does lead where I want to go then. Oh, there's also just a box over here. Wait, no, the old waterway is not how we got to Mist. There was a cave that looks a lot like this waterway that led to Mist. That was the thing. That's why I got confused. You seem like you wouldn't need more than just Lightning 1 to kill. I've been wrong before. That's better. You shouldn't need to do any fancy moves there. Yeah, I'm glad he has that Thunderclaw. Because they are definitely definitively weak to lightning. Based on that damage. Unless they're weak to ice. I guess both are an option, because he has both. Cure 2, Ether 1, Life. It's interesting that those aren't Life 1s. Life is just life, I guess. You got your turn early enough that a kick might actually be worth it this time. That is so much more MP, but you also have a lot of MP. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, is that the kick wasn't going to do nearly as much. Because I don't think it takes the element of the weapons into account for that. Okay, Lightning 1's not enough, but Lightning 2 is overkill. Understood. Okay, the Pike we had faced when we were in the other cave before. So they just die. I'm not concerned about them in the slightest. I do think I'm just gonna stick to going ahead and just doing Lightning 1s, though. And everybody just focus on hitting the ones in the back, because the Lightning 1 should kill the fish in the front just fine. That'll last significantly longer than throwing the stronger spells just for getting past a bunch of fish. I do freely admit that I don't think I need to conserve nearly as hard in this game as I did in the previous ones. But it's become habit now to conserve that hard, so we're just gonna keep doing that. Unless I see a situation that warrants throwing the big stuff, we will not throw the big stuff. Leckfish, huh? That's probably not something I should throw lightning at. Just gonna go out on a limb and think that that's probably a bad idea. So we'll ice one instead. Yeah, that wasn't really worth it either, as it turns out. Get rid of the gator. See, the worst part about just mashing through this is the fact that it's just gonna take a fair whack of time. Now, admittedly, this is still a exchange of resources. In this particular case, we're exchanging health, because we're taking more hits than we would if I just threw a big spell in here and blew everything up. Difference being, I can buy a lot of cures and things. I can't really get more ethers. And either way, it doesn't really take that long to get through these. Thank you for the free heal. Would have rather it be a free ether or a cure, but I'll take what I can get. Worm. Not gonna lie, kinda worried about the big scary worm, so we're just gonna go ahead and blow that up. In hindsight, I probably should just be having Porom and Palom do their twin thing, because I don't think that costs anything. But I keep forgetting that that's a concept. Even though, you know, it's right there in front of my face on the screen. I'm just kind of flying through these menus, so I really haven't taken the time to look at it. Well, the worm lived through lightning too, so I made the right call while hitting it with that. Because it would have taken a fair few hits to get through. Palom gained a level, Porom gained a level, learned Berserk, Cecil gained a level, and learned nothing. I just wanted to walk to the box before I opened the menu. Oh, and we got surprised, too. Lovely. Now, thinking about it, there's the wave. Ow. Didn't hit Palom somehow. Hit everybody else, missed Palom. How strange. You go ahead and hit the big worm. Wonder Twin powers activate. Form of an ass-kicking. Ack. There's our at least daily chat disconnect for Monday. I don't know what it is about Mondays. I know I talk about it like every Monday, but I still don't understand it, so I still question it. I'm assuming they only just now started chanting because I think it needed to wait for Palom's turn to come up before it would activate fully. $500 gold. All of that for 500 gold. Okay, let's quickly take care of the worst of the damage here. Just a little touch-up. There's a lot of things connected by caves down here, it seems. Free life. I cannot get up there from here. So what's the point to this path, then? Oh, I can get there from the ladder. Okay. It seemed suspect, so I'm like, I'm gonna try. It just doesn't look like it lines up. But I just filed it under limitations, and I was correct to do so. That flare, if it goes off, is gonna be massive overkill. That'll be funny. I'll go ahead and just do your healing magic. Could even have Cecil do some healing if I really needed to. Also, I'm just gonna continue to imagine that the crocodile's just grabbing one of them and slamming them into the other one since they attack two people. That's just what I see when I see the damage up like that. Just like grab Cecil by the leg and just swing him at Yang. Whack. Another life. Best part is, I don't even know if I'm like going the right way, the wrong way, the loot way. Who knows, man? We're just here. Yep, we got an alligator and a crocodile. Yeah, but see, he does have Cure 1, and he has a a decent amount of MP to use it with, considering we do probably want to get a heal off at some point. And by at some point, I mean probably sooner rather than later. Hell, if you would actually finish casting that heal sometime today, that'd be great. I'm pretty sure that flare's gonna go off again and kill everything before the heal goes off. Which, not exactly the worst thing, but it's just one of those things. Okay, no, you actually got it off this time. Comet this time. Pretty Stars of Doom. Goodbye. We're getting so much money down here. Oh hey, I was just joking about Cecil not knowing how to do good curing and he immediately learned Cure 2. Note to self, make fun of my magic users more often. They get a lot better suddenly. I'm not gonna worry about getting anybody to full health right now with these cures. So honestly, the degree of damage being taken, it might be worth using some of these cure 2s just to not use all of the cure 1s immediately. That'll do. Palom is almost out of MP and Porum is down to half. So no, Twin does use MP then. I hadn't used Porum's MP much at all since we rested. So for her to be down to half, that definitely costs. Which is a problem. And they will continue to go up now, Trip is... Eventually I will bother to do things with that information. Just going through the motions today, just moving the game along. Okay, these Hydras are no concern of mine. I was worried at first because like, oh, new thing, and then they died, so it didn't really matter. Relatively fast, yeah. Like when you compare 5,000 to 100,000, it kind of doesn't work, especially since you are getting boosted in value from the streak, I'm pretty sure. So I feel like you're still going to gain almost as much, if not more, even if you used it every time. Assuming you have the stream up the whole time. See, the problem with the Crocodile's double attacks here is it takes so long for the game to actually pick two targets. Just gotta blink once, think about it, blink a second time, then the thing happens, then I get my turn again. They are also where, like, most of the damage we take in here is coming from, it seems. Okay, I wasn't sure how the numbers on that looked, if I'm honest. Because I assumed you were gaining increasing multipliers through the higher and higher streak. Because I was operating on the logic of, let's see, Twitch is predominantly designed with no foresight at all, so they would probably let people have an ever-increasing multiplier because it would be a terrible idea to do that. Okay. So they did actually think to cap it. What a shocking turn of events that is. Okay, it looks like all roads lead to Rome here, so let's just go this way. Yep. Turns out they actually were guarding down here. Look at that. Look at them actually paying attention and posting guards to stop us just walking in. But Yang is now tiny. I mean, 250 is still a lot. So I assume you mean that as that was the cap for it. I don't have that command, because again, that becomes a thing people get weird about, and I just don't want to deal with it. Okay. So I've seen on multiple channels where people will start trying to turn the fact that they have more watch time into some kind of flex on the other people in the stream, and I'm just like, no, I'm just gonna take that away before people do something stupid with it. Absolutely not. That's fair. There's also extensions that can auto-collect and things like that, so I never know whether people will have something like that at going either. I should not have used magic for that because we have the heal right there. Bring you back from the dead. Now cure the thing. You need a bit more. Tella probably should be healed a bit more as well. There we go. I mean, I suppose it's all a question of scale. Like, 100,000 points is a lot. Yeah. People are very fixated on their imaginary dollars. Consider how people go wild for chat gambling and such. I didn't even know there was a phone app version. I just only knew about like 7TV and things like that having their auto collects as part of their extensions. To be fair, nothing related to mobile Twitch is any good. So that's not really shocking either. Ancient sword. See, that's the thing, though, is at least the logic you're operating under is because funny, not because they want just more points. Of course, a lot of communities also have, like, spend points to get VIP and things like that, which is another thing people get fucking weird about. Acting like having the VIP badge in a situation like that actually makes you special, and it's like, well, no, you paid for it, so no, it really doesn't. In my mind, that ruins the entire point of a badge like that, if people can just pay points to get it. Really, if there's any way of paying to get it, the whole point of that is ruined. Like, I obviously understand that it's designed as a means of encouraging people to continue to engage, but just like, bleh, no, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Nope. Mm-mm. Well, see, people make them fucking expensive. is the thing. Like, I've seen some that have it be, like, I want to say it was, like, 500,000 channel points or something ridiculous. But yeah, you're right. It still doesn't take that much to earn it. Even with that amount, it's just like, oh, hey, you're there for a few weeks and you'll probably get there. It still leaves you in a position of having absolutely no guaranteed actual merit. And again, no shade on those who choose to set their things up that way. It, again, has its benefits. I see the vision on it. It's just absolutely not something I would have any interest in doing. Meanwhile, sneaking into a castle. Ta-da! You know, if they've just got an opening down there leading to an old abandoned waterway, this castle's security fucking sucks. You should not just leave an opening like that with just a token guard force on it. That should have been bricked off forever ago. Or at the very least, better guarded. Yep. Looks like they've either sent off all the people in the prison or more likely killed them all. So that's a shame for all the wizards that were in there. There goes plan A I had of starting a jailbreak to cause trouble. So I guess that wouldn't really have amounted to much anyway. Yep, all good. Wanted to see if there was anything in our former room. The answer is no. Barracks is empty. It's really quiet in this castle. I'm concerned. Where the hell is everybody? This is feeling more and more like a trap by the minute. So I feel like Golbez hasn't fucked things up so badly that everybody would have left the castle. Considering how successful they've been. And the front gate also being wide open kind of seems like a problem. Cecil. Cecil, welcome back to Baron. Bagan, you're controlled by Golbez. No way. I'm the captain of the guards. My loyalties to the state is unwavering. I see, then come with us. You can be of great help. Yes, sir. Oh, hey, Chief Guard of Baron Bagan has joined. He was kind of a dick before, but you know, I guess if he's on our side now... Yep. What do you know? What's wrong? It smells like a monster. Where? You. Something's fishy. Can't you act a bit better? What? I was given a great gift from my master Golbez. I'll show you. Huh. You call that a great gift, huh? You seem like a bit of a mess there, bud. Gonna go out on a limb and assume I want to take those limbs off first. They seem like they'll be a problem. Also, it has to have either been a hell of an illusion or Cecil's just that oblivious that we didn't notice that he looks like this. Oh, well. Twin spell failed because one of them got knocked out. And I was just about to cure that, too. Every time. Every time a cure is targeted at somebody, they're just gone immediately. Okay, his arms are gone. That didn't take long to break. I'm kind of worried about that, if I'm honest. Yep, that's kind of what I figured was going to happen, is he was just going to grow them back. Because as I said, it was too easy to knock those off of there. Probably better to just focus on the body then. It's a waste of my time to target the arms. If he can just recover them that easily. It's either that or I do like split targeting, have one target the arms and one target the body with the melee and just have the mages hit the whole lot. Yeah, steal life from the old man who doesn't have much of it to begin with. That seems like a fantastic plan. Yeah, AoEing the arms seems like the play. And let the melees attack the main body. This way we get rid of the arms just as we go. Oh, for free, pretty much. Oh, right, wall is reflect in this game. Okay, that's a problem. I have to imagine that he's not gonna last that long. Like, he's gonna hold out for a while, but not forever. I keep forgetting that it auto-targets to the top arm. Should probably do something about the whole Yang's at half health thing. I also don't really know if wall lasts past one blast. It may be gone now. Let's test. We'll do a small lightning to find out, so that we don't end up blowing our whole team to hell. Okay, yeah, it is gone. Except it goes right back up again. Okay. Well, that still makes it easy, because what we can do is throw lightning one, see if that just makes the wall go away, and then throw a larger one. Yeah, see, that does significantly less friendly fire. Or that way. Maybe worth keeping to see if I can actually see how much health he has. I'm assuming that's what Peep would do. Just tell me how much health something has. Probably weaknesses as well. Okay, no, the reflect is still there. It loves hitting Yang, I've noticed. Okay, Peep seems to have done nothing. That does not do what I thought it would. Do me a favor and heal just Yang. Because Yang is the only one really in danger. There you go, now you picked somebody with an actual health bar. Tell you what, just start throwing spells specifically at the arms, then. Get group heal going as well. I think the wall's gone at this point. Okay, you entangled Yang. That seems like it would actually be a major issue. Oh, you have haste as well. Look at that. Yep, the wall's gone. Perfect. Except he's gonna put it right back up again. Is that... That must be like a counter move to getting hit with a spell then. Because it keeps conveniently happening, and whenever I try to do a double spell attack, it backfires immediately. You may also have noticed that as Cecil's health is going down constantly. I'm assuming that's Vampire, just draining his life constantly. Yeah, that reflection also means I don't really dare use Twin unless I only throw Twin. Like, if I just do a flare or something, we probably could get away with that because he won't have put the wall back up. But the risk is I won't be able to check if the wall's there. I think it's worth the shot, though. Because he has to burn this turn to recover, because we took the arms off. Yang's finally back in action. Yes, the flare went through, and he's dead. Let's go. The arms are still in play, apparently, without the body. Interesting. Oh, I guess they're just gonna explode now. Well, that was upsetting. Oh, hey. Learned exit now. Let's go. See? Be careful, Cecil. Yeah, I could see how Cecil would feel kind of bad having to kill him. Admittedly, though, as I said before, Bacon was kind of a dick when we saw him before, so kind of threw red flags that he was being nice suddenly. Despite the fact that, you know, it does make sense to a certain degree that he would be disinclined from playing ball when things are changing significantly. Now there's the king, just chilling on his throne. Cecil, I'm happy you've returned. Your Majesty. I see you become a paladin, but I do not like that. That's not good, Cecil. King Baron? Baron, who's that? Oh, I remember. He's the fool who refused to surrender. Oh yes, and I took his place. You want to see the king? Don't worry, you'll see him soon enough. I'm not like Meloncy. I'm surprised that he made it as one of the 4 fiends of elements. Then you are. Just another elemental fiend. Indeed. I'm the fiend of water, Cain Nazo. Good thing I ethered up before I walked forward, because I had a feeling I wasn't getting off easy here. Oh, 2 fights like this back-to-back is kind of rude. But not too surprising. Gathering the water. Don't like that. Do not like the sound of that at all. Some kind of protection? Yep, he's doing wave. Which hurts a lot more than it did before from the other guys. Okay. It might be dangerous, actually, to have the kids do their combo moves. But an early 1,000 damage is nothing to sneeze at. Oh, and you're gonna haste yourself. I hate that. I think we do need to take a second here to turbo heal, though. Yeah, because he's gonna gather water again. It's kind of what I figured. It made noise, but I didn't see anything visually happen. Oh wow, Cecil's healing's actually pretty good. Huh. Who knew? Here comes the wave that's gonna hurt like a bitch again. That didn't hurt as much. Huh. Interesting. You don't have haste, so go ahead and heal. Can you multi-target haste? No, you can't. Go ahead and haste Cecil first, then. Hiding inside the shell. Okay. That's good. That's gonna give me time to get caught back up again. You were already hasted. Does that stack? Or is he just burning the turn hasting? I don't know yet. I don't trust it. I feel like if I attack him while his shell's up, something bad's gonna happen. So I'm just gonna burn his turn for a second here. Doubt stop will work, but go for it. Oh, you're healing while the shell's up, so maybe I do need to hit him while he's shelled then. I just know that he isn't gonna keep gathering water while he's like this, is why I was like, I should take advantage of this while I can. Oh, you don't have the MP to haste again. Then slow him. I'm assuming slow will work. Stop, I was... Oh... I should not have said he wasn't going to gather water, because he apparently can gather the water... Ow. But he comes out of the shell when he does it. Okay. That makes sense, then. Now, the fun question is, did that overwrite his speed up? Oh, he's right back in his shell again. Okay. Well, the hell with it. Let's find out what happens when we hit him when he's in his shell, then. Because we can't let him sit here and heal, otherwise we're gonna go nowhere fast. And let me tell you, we're gonna lose that trade. Go ahead and ether up, old man. I love how I was conserving all these ethers and now I've burned through, like, 5 or so of them already. Okay, he's just hiding in his shell now. If I could just keep him locked to hiding in his shell, honestly, I wouldn't mind. Oh, I guess he's dead. I guess that's why he was hiding in his shell so much, as he was almost dead. So I wasted a few resources there. That was honestly pretty easy. So that's 2 fiends dead. You imposter. Oh, hey. What's up, Sid? You're gonna pay for putting me in that smelly joint. What? Huh. Sid. Oh, Cecil. Where's Rosa? She ran after you. Golbez took her. Golbez abused my airship, and now Rosa, too. We must rescue her. Lend us the airship. Who's this strange old man? What? How about yourself? I'm still young. Oh, please stop. Mr. Sid, this is Master Tella, great sage. This is Yang, and the karate master of Fabul, and I'm Porum, a white wizard from Mysidia. Hey guys, that's my twin brother Palom. Yeah! You're facing the wrong way, Palom. Everybody's over here. Oh yeah. I'm glad to meet you, sir. Well, at least he knows some manners. Where's the latest airship? Well... where nobody would suspect. We have no time. Oh, be quiet and follow me. Come on. Oh. I didn't expect you to defeat me, but that doesn't mean anything to this Kay Nazo. Why don't you accompany me to the Dark World? I'm guessing he's gonna sink the castle, or try to. Walls! Yep, the walls are closing in. It's locked! This one too! With all the powerful magic we have, why don't we blast a hole in the wall? Parom! Thanks, dude. We'd love to be with you all, but you won't be stuck in a place like this. Please look after Cecil, Master Tella. Ready, Parom? Yes! Wait, no! Don't! Stone! Parom! So they decided to turn themselves to statues to stop the encroaching walls. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like that wouldn't work. What a rash thing to do. Heal! It's not gonna work, is it? No effect. They have become stone by their own will. Fools! An old man should fulfill his share first. Oh, children. I shall avenge! Vengeance! I'll avenge you. To the Enterprise. Wait for me. Golbez. Meanwhile, they're still hanging out here. It seems like Kenazo has been defeated. About the last crystal. I know, but it is a problem. Well, yeah, I think if they all worked together, they might have been able to slow it, but what I'm thinking is that would have to be a pretty weak mechanism that those walls had for just a statue of a small child pushing against it to stop it. That's the thing I've got a question about. Because you would think eventually the stone of the statues would be broken by the pushing of the walls, because the pressure would continue to build. And we will let Cecil get it for you. Cecil? We have Rosa. We can exchange her for the last crystal. That's an idea. We can do away with him then. I'll be the messenger. Kane! And I'll show you that I'm better than your sweet Cecil. Meanwhile, over here, I'm gonna go ahead and stop as the ads are well, no, I'll go ahead and finish this scene, because otherwise it's gonna be weird having it be broke in the middle. It's a surprise. They obviously didn't understand. Ta-da, secret door. To a secret hangar that somehow nobody found. Just hit a whole damn airship down here. Makes you wonder how long he had this ready for. What a surprise. Amazing. Let's go now, Enterprise. Ta-da! We have our ship our own now. Here they come. Let's see the power of this Enterprise. Wait. White flag. For surrender? Now that the False King's been unseated, they're willing to work with us. Oh, wait, no. No, it's Kane. Kane! So this whole scene's happening immediately. I kind of figured there'd be time between. You're alive. What do you think you're doing, Kane? How is Rosa? Worried? If you want her back, get me the Crystal of Earth. Crystal of Earth? Of Toroya? Dirty slime! I'll exchange her with the crystal. Crystal or Rosa's life? You. Wake up, Kane! That's all. Well, there's our ultimatum, and off they go. Time for Cecil to have yet another moral dilemma on his hands. Cecil. That Kane. Sid, let's go to Toroya. When you want to get on an airship, move onto it and push the A button. After it rises up in the air, you move it with the control pad. Watch the shadow to see where to land, but you can't land on forests, mountains, and deserts. Let's go to Toroya, it's in the northwest. And away! Now I'll wait a moment here because the ads should be done soon. See, it's the classic thing though. They trade one person for the whole fucking world because heroic stupidity has to kick in so that the plot continues. Not to mention, if Cecil was thinking about it a little bit more, rather than immediately flying off the handle because of the situation, he would probably come to the realization that Kain is playing his own game. I don't know if anybody else caught it with the way Kain's been talking even when he was talking to Golbez. But Kain's sole motivation is conflict with Cecil. And considering he wants to show up Cecil to Rosa, Kain will not be that inclined to kill Rosa. Now, obviously, Cecil doesn't have that last part of information. But he's known Kain for so long, you would think he'd understand that there's pieces missing to what's going on here. Like, there's clearly a trick to this. But he's just going immediately into the assumption that Kain is working fully for Golbez and is under Golbez's control. Which feels like an erroneous assumption. Oh hey, there's our hovercraft that we left there all that time ago. We're only going east because I'm a silly man. We need to go this way. I mean, if this is where Earth is, why is there so much water here? There's the Village of Mist. There's the mountain that fell on it after Rydia awoke Titan. Let me go back to Baron and get my bearings again for a second, because I did a stupid. No, that has to be the right area, then. Which, actually, in hindsight, it makes perfect sense, because we'd be able to fly the airship directly to our target if it wasn't surrounded by trees. So they had to do something so that you wouldn't just fly straight to the town. Now, wait a minute, though. Where am I meant to land to get to it? Because you may notice a flaw here with where we're meant to go to get there. Let me just readjust my chair for a second while I explain this. Is notice there's a river right here, blocking access from the lower section here to the higher section where the town is. There is nowhere on this upper side to land. It's all forest up here. The only place for us to land would be down here. But there's only bridges anywhere that doesn't lead to the town. Huh. You see, the problem is for there to be bridges here, that means we can't cross these river tiles. That then means we can't get up to the town here. So either this is not the town I'm meant to be going to, something will happen on our way there, or there's a piece missing to this puzzle. This is absolutely barren where we came from. And that's absolutely northwest, so that has to be Toroya. Unless it's further northwest. Pretty sure this is a town we've been to already. But this was still northwest, so I guess we'll check this one and see if this is Toroya. No, yeah, this is Fabul. I thought so. I was pretty sure one of the two castles we had been to recently had bridges on either side of it like that. And you see the dock there, which is how we got the boat that got us to Leviathan that then got us sunk. And there's our hovercraft again. And this is the castle Edward came from that got blown up. So yeah, that has to be Toroya. There's literally no other options, which means we just have to cross this forest and hope it works out. There's gotta be something to be done around here when we get to it. Like maybe a scene happens of, oh hey, we can't cross this, what do we do? Also, look at that, Cid's actually in the party. Cid's doing stuff. Ow. flip the party around quickly before Kella gets eaten. And Sid, though Sid has a lot more hit points. Okay, Sid's got built-in Peep. I don't really know how much that's gonna help, but that's good to know that he has that. And he's got a hammer. Okay, these things don't have a lot of health, they just have a lot of power. And obviously they were targeting a very easy target. So considering they still did 150 to Yang too, they just are strong. I was expecting that to like put the party to sleep or something wacky like that and be annoying. It's just damage over time. Which, it's interesting that this game doesn't seem to have a formal poison status. It's just, hey, your health's just going down. Good luck with that. Look at Sid's portrait. He's just like, yeah, going on an adventure. I'm gonna get him. Yeah, he's got a wooden hammer and a prisoner suit. We could definitely do better than that for you, bud. There you go. There's a leather shirt. You can use arrows, but that's not gonna help us. Let's go ahead and save before anything particularly bad can happen. And he's level 20 just like Yang is, so that works out. Yeah, we can't cross this river, so... That then implies that there's something to do around here, or something in between. Okay, good. The panther's not that strong. I saw that and I was like, that's gonna just, like, eat somebody. I need to get rid of that, like, now. Of course, these sting rats are bad enough because that needle attack just hurts so much compared to everything else. So it doesn't seem to be as high above everything else anymore. It just still hurts like a motherfucker. Also, now that we're fully back from ads, anybody that missed the couple beats of cutscene that there were, Cain basically offered us an ultimatum on behalf of Golbez. We trade Rosa for the Earth Crystal, or Rosa dies. Cecil, being the heroic fool that he is going to trade one woman's life for the entire world. It's the classic scenario of she is his world, so he will make that decision. Plus or minus something, don't worry, I will come up with something to save the world at the same time. Like, there's gotta be just, like, a spot Are you meant to land in that little tile right there next to the town? That's probably it. You're meant to land on that one single tile there that's not that visible from the air. Okay. What was what? You're gonna have to give me more to work with than that, Natra. Oh, that was just me using a tent. They slept through the night in the middle of the woods. That's why I needed a little bit more, because like nothing different happened, so I don't know what to tell you, but yeah. That's just the effect of using a tent. Yeah. That's all that happened there, is we slept in a tent for the night. Because everybody was hurting, so I needed to heal. And rather than burn a dozen items, I just used one tent. Okay, we need to go back and probably land in that one single tile. Out of the woods. Yeah, I figured I was getting hit one more time. See, I was kind of hoping that by getting out of the woods, I was not gonna have to deal with these treants and shit anymore. Turns out I was wrong. Considering those trees look like they've got fire in them, I'm also not gonna use fire magic, despite what you might think about burning trees down. You could use the logic of like, oh no, that's like glowing spirit stuff, but I don't trust it. Just strike it with lightning. Trees don't like lightning either, so it's fine. Yeah, that worked. Was lightning 3 excessive there? Probably. But there should be an inn in town when we get there, so it'll be fine. Yep, you can land in this one tile. Had a feeling, but I couldn't see it well enough from the air to tell, so I didn't assume that. In hindsight, I should have tried. But, you know. Grab a leather cap for Sid. Look at his animation for when he can equip something. Just yeah. The only reason I figured it out is because I walked up to the town and saw the gap from the ground. Without that, I would have no fucking idea. Okay, the ruby ring is actually not better than the paladin glove, so it was a waste to buy that. Exactly. Go ahead and give you a ruby ring. Protects you from magic a bit. Oh, that actually is just bad for defense in general. It's only magic defense. Ew. I think I wasted my money buying those. Yeah, I think I wasted my money buying those. Well, that's such a fucking shame now, isn't it? And give Sid his hat. There you go, buddy. Have slightly less dogshit defense. Let's see about buying him a better weapon, perhaps, too. Nope, there's just wooden hammers. I could give him a bow, but then I have to sit here and maintain arrows for him, and it just turns into a whole goddamn thing. It's clearly intended for him to do that, though, because he's in the back row. They didn't give me any other weapon to give him. Fine, we'll try bow strats again. And what we'll do is we'll just buy a lot of arrows, so I don't have to think about it again. Oh, this does increase... Well, son of a bitch. I didn't realize that by pressing X I could change quantities here. Huh. I was just buying them 10 at a time, assuming that's just all it did. The more you know. I just happened to hit that button trying to back up, and that happened. That explains why it's so weird about the sorting, then. Also, I bought a few more arrows than I had necessarily thought I did. Considering I have 3 stacks of 90 each. You know, I might have bought a couple arrows. 29's not bad. 29's not bad. Put that away and give him back his hammer. No, he still has 50... Wait, he has 55 attack with that? Well, son of a bitch. Maybe I didn't need to buy him a better weapon after all. Well, that was a waste of money and time. Because that actually lowered his attack rather than raising it. Huh. Well, just gonna go ahead and sell all that back and pretend that didn't happen. Mistakes were made. This is why you just never bother with bows. They're just a fucking trap. There's just always a goddamn trap. Welcome to Troya, the city of beautiful greenery and water. Why is a city known for its water the city where the Stone of Earth is? I'm still confused. Now that I know that I can buy a lot more things at once, I'll just buy like 40 cures at once here. Grab 20 life, 20 heal. There you go. Since, as it turns out, there's not that much equipment to buy here, it makes more sense to stock up on our supplies otherwise a bit. Oh, what? You surprised me. Go away. Busy peeping on the ladies that are swimming. 400 GP a night? Yeah, sure. I think that's the same price as a tent, though, so really I could have just slept outside and it would have been the same thing. They just are gonna have a better night's sleep here, really. Training room. Have you seen my husband? I don't know. Is it the guy that's creeping on the ladies? Because honestly, you might want to talk to him about that. Metals get so heavy and stuck in a cave on the island of the northeast. Better watch out. Oh. I think I see the vision on that bit, but we'll see in the future there. Don't disturb me, I'm just sunbathing. You looked like you were unconscious. Also, sunbathing with everything on probably is not that effective, but you do you. Thanks to nature, we have lots of fresh veggies and even the chocobos are with us here. Good for you. Let's see what's going on back here. Black Chocobo Farm. They're cute, but stink a bit. I mean, that's chickens, yeah. Wild ones in the Chocobo's village still can fly a little bit and land in woods. You can find them in the Chocobo's village north of here. I want to fly on the Black Chocobos, but my mom says I can't fly anymore. But the ones here can't fly anymore, rather. Found the Black Chocobos, Torian News. I don't feel like trying to get through the Chocobo pile to go talk to the lady, even if I can get in there. Probably not worth the time and effort it would take to get through all those Chocobos to talk to her. This is when she actually tells me something ridiculously important, and I just shrug and say, yep, that's about the way my life goes. Gee, I wonder if there's a secret door here. You have a pass? No, I do not. But noted. I love it here. The food's so good and the land is beautiful. Good for you. I'm glad you're happy. Oh, you're a shop. You sell the pass. Hold that thought. Hello, dear. No, I don't want to go home. Maybe that's the husband. This is great. Hey, how you doing? Having a good time? I was till you got in the way of me getting around back there. Hey, what's up? Everybody's so friendly here. Hello, my dears. Make yourselves at home. Going upstairs. I wonder if I have to pay for that pass to do something. Or if somebody will give me a pass if I look around enough. Oh, my sweet margarita. I don't know if he means a person or the drink or what. And then I dealt the imp a hard blow. More food coming. Keeps telling us this heroic episode over and over and over again. I don't think you're impressing them, dude. Especially when you're talking about beating up an imp. You might want to upgrade it to a goblin or something. Members only, kid. Well. Yes. You two have a great time. I'm out of here. Well, this is a problem. Everybody out of my damn way. Clear out. If I have to shove you all the way to the other end of the town, I will. Probably gonna regret buying this pass because it's all of the money we have left, but you know what? The hell with it. Let's find out. Have a good time. Welcome to Void. Aha! Over here. Saloon King. Okay. Maybe there's gonna be something useful here. Welcome. The grand show is about to begin. Not even gonna take a seat, just gonna stand here awkwardly in the front. Yeah, I had a feeling it was gonna be just another dancing segment. I get the feeling I might have wasted that 10,000. Of course, you know, in its time, this was probably very exciting. Cecil's just confused. He was not prepared. Probably feels bad as well, considering, you know, Rose is not here. And the whole situation around that, too. And there you have it. That's what we paid all that money for, I guess. Notice how empty this place is, other than this old man. Did you like it? Well, I loved it. Yes, of course you did. Part of me does wonder, because you can, I believe, have different people be at the front depending on... there you go. I wonder if the different characters have different reactions to that whole situation. I'm not interested enough to find out, but I do wonder if that's a thing they bothered to do, or if they would have like a different animation depending on who was in the front when you had the dancing girls all around you. It's entirely possible, but I paid 10,000 just for that, and I'm going to leave now. It's a good thing I didn't actually need that money for anything at this point. Talk to you. How do I get to you up there? I have to assume I go in the water and get to them somehow. No, because the entrance to the water's there. So it must be... Oh yeah, it's down by where everybody's splashing around over here that I can get in. Don't mind me, just passing through. I want to swim together? Maybe later. Can't swim with such armor on, it'll rust. It's okay. It's magic armor. It'll totally be fine. And more than likely, we'll end up trading it out before it rusts anyway. Okay, nothing over there. We just got the kid wandering around out in the woods over here. Which I have to assume there's a reason to come out here and talk to them. Did you know about the twin harps? A pair of harps which can send the sound of one to another. Okay. There's also a Cure 2 here, an Ether here. This is what I was assuming, is that it was going to be another case like the pool over in Baron, where there was just a bunch of hidden items here. The information about the twin harps, though, might be useful as well. I'm not going to write it down, because I don't think that that's going to be vital information for game progress. Nor have we really encountered too many left-field esoteric nonsense moments like we have in the last few games. I haven't been writing nearly as much down, I freely admit. I wanted to mess with the old man by talking to him from the water. Teach him a lesson for peeping on the girls swimming around by just, like, yanking him into the lake. It would have been funny. Sure, he might have drowned, but you know, maybe he deserves it. Alright, so let's walk around to the castle now. Doroyan Castle. They got frogs. Please feel free at home. Welcome to Doroya. They are so welcoming, they are not going to be welcoming in a minute. About the crystal? And talk to the clerics inside the castle. The 8 clerics govern this country. Make sure to be polite to them, understand? Or we'll kick you out and turn you into one of those frogs in the river. Toroya's never been in a war. I wonder how much we can actually defend ourselves. That is not something you should be saying out loud to strangers walking into your castle. This is a terrible thing to be saying. Oh no. A man from Damcyan was found on the beach. He says he's a prince. Well, Edward's here. I'm not an old maid, I'm the minister. The 8 clerics are inside. Seems like Baron's up to something. You're a little late on the uptake on that one, bud. Toroya is ruled by women. Troops and soldiers are all women too. Me? Of course. I'm sure they just didn't want to make a separate sprite, and those all probably are actually women. Well, then again, there might be some men amongst them masquerading as women to actually be in the military. Considering the reverse happens in other societies, I wouldn't be surprised if the reverse is true. Oh, somebody's looted this already. They missed the ether, though. High profit for me. Hello, treasury. Tent. Another tent. Oh, I see. I need to be quick, then. So I assume these doors are going to start closing. Bunch of tents, bunch of ethers. Ruby rings. And now I step on the button again to close everything. No? Okay. I was gonna close up behind myself so nobody knew I opened that, but I guess, you know, the jig is up on that one. Why are you in prison? Why is the door not locked? Did you know this is just open? You just in here for fun? Because honestly, I won't judge. I'll just leave. It used to be a dungeon, but now we keep our treasures here. You have the cleric's permission? I do not know. Think about it. So I take it that's where the crystal is behind that door. And I could have lied and said yes, but I was pretty confident the game would have called me out on it, so I'm just like, yep, I'll just go talk to the clerics, it's fine. I also didn't want to accidentally skip any kind of scene that would have happened up here if she just let me in there and let me go get the crystal. Well, because she just assumed I was telling the truth. Please keep quiet. We have a patient here. Yeah, it's okay. I know the patient. Edward! Sad music time. Cecil, so you're alive. Let me join you. What can you do in such a wretched condition? Lie in bed quietly. Master Tella, forgive me. You lost Anna because of me. Really? Prince Edward, think only of your health now. Yang, so you too survived that Leviathan attack, then Rydia? I'm sorry. Poor Rydia. And I can't do anything while you fight. It's a shame. I mean, you couldn't even do much when you did fight, so... not much has changed. Don't worry, me and the Enterprise will take your share. I've heard you'd taken good care of Cecil and Rosa, so now it's my turn. You're that Master Engineer Sid? Then you have an airship. Cecil, where's Rosa? She was caught in exchange for the crystal of Earth at Toroya. You shouldn't be saying that in the middle of the Toroyan castle, Cecil. The crystal is now in the hands of the Dark Elf. Oh, I guess we skipped a step. Dark Elf. Cecil, take this. What's that? Say my substitute. It may help. Aha, the Twin Harp. Hey, what do you know? We were just talking about the Twin Harp and ta-da, there it is. It's almost like this is why I wasn't worried about writing that down. Cecil, save Rosa. Edward shouldn't move yet. Me? I'm a nurse. Doctor is this lady. He may not walk or get up until he's all well. Don't worry, we'll take care of him. Edward's harp. So what do we think the over-under is on one of two things being true? A, that harp Edward has sitting there is the other twin harp, so we'll be able to communicate with Edward when we need to. Or more accurately, when he has something for someone else to tell us, probably. Or B, the twin harp is connected to somewhere we're specifically going to conveniently need information from. Possibly even the Dark Elf themselves might have it. Our clerics are Sisters of Eight. They serve the Crystal of Earth. I like this place better than any place else. For you. Crystal of Earth? Dark Elf took it, and we must take it back. But how? We, the 8 clerics, rule this country. We used to have the blessing of the Earth Crystal, but not now. You cannot have it, but if you can take it back, you may use our Earth Crystal for a good purpose. Metals get heavy in the cave to the northwest. Your swords and armors of metal will be the same. Dark Elf is in the cave on an island over in the northeast. If you can get it back, show it to us first, then we promise to lend it to you. Dark Elf is weak against metallic weapons, so he sealed the cave with a magnetic field. The land will return to desert without the Crystal of Earth. Yep, that sure is an empty crystal room, in case nobody believed the Tauroians about the fact that their crystal's gone. Yeah, that's a big empty fucking hole where it used to be. Wait, that also means that down where the lady's guarding isn't where the crystal is. Which means we're gonna go tell her that we have the cleric's permission to take whatever's down there. Because clearly, whatever's down there might just be important to us succeeding in saving their crystal, which totally means we're gonna have permission by proxy for that to be the case. Yes, yes. That's the logic I'm going to use to have an excuse for this. Yeah, that's a lie. Damn it. It's almost like everyone expected that to be what happened there. I'm assuming that's going to be our reward for going and getting the crystal back, is we get permission to go in there. But I had to try. Well, once we had gone through all the other sequence of events here, I had to try that. So here's the thing. This is where Cid's gonna shine then, because he has a weapon that isn't made out of metal. Yang will also do well, because obviously he's not wearing metal, aside from the claws. Which, I guess I just take the claws off? And the Ancient Sword might not be metal? That might be why the Ancient Sword exists, is to give Cecil a weapon that isn't metal. That's possible. Let's head into town right quick. Got confused for a second there because I wasn't allowed to enter parts of the town. I was like, But I think it's because it technically treated it as part of the same place. Is we're gonna need to do some business right here, right quick. Actually, I need to keep those ruby rings. I can sell the pass back for half of the money I spent, though, and be in decent shape. So that works. Oh, we got an ether too. I didn't even realize. Because here's the logic I'm gonna operate under right now. A, we need to remove all of our metal armor because of the magnetic field. So everybody's gonna have to go down to leather armor. The ruby rings matter because they are rings that aren't made out of metal, theoretically. So I'm gonna grab 2 more of those so everybody has one. The only one who needs a replacement set of gear is Cecil. He's wearing all this metal paladin armor right now. Time to just completely destroy his statistic line. I'm going to assume the shield probably is a problem too. We'll see if the Ancient Sword works. If it doesn't, that's going to be a different problem. But I'm gonna err on the side of these ruby rings are gonna be necessary in here. Ironically enough, I should have hung on to that bow. I'm now realizing. Because if the ancient sword doesn't work, we probably need to use a bow with Cecil in order for him to be able to deal damage. It's either that or having him punch. How much damage do you do barehanded, bud? Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Well, time to once again set money on fire for a bow then, I guess. I hate it here. We'll go with 50 lightning arrows. If that's not enough to get us through that cave, it just ain't gonna be enough. But as I said, I'll hold the ancient sword for the moment in case it does work. And then that once again makes the bow irrelevant. But I want to hedge my bets. So they set a cave to the northeast, which I presume is up there. This cave right here. Here's the problem, though. How do we get there? Methinks I'm gonna have to have a conversation with some of the Toroyans again and find out how I get to the cave. Because one of these people talked about the magnetic cave. I think it was you. Yeah, he just says they get stuck on an island to the northeast. That means there must be a ready solution for this problem. Unless I'm meant to talk to the people in the castle some more, and they'll be like, oh yeah, you can borrow this boat. Because the only place to land on this island is up here. Or as far as I can tell. Unless you're trying to tell me that I'm meant to, like, cycle all the way around. Let's just leave this fight. Yeah, but I can't even do that, so that doesn't work. I can't squeeze it in there. What the fuck am I meant to do here? Is presuming that that's the cave where the Dark Elf is. I can't even land near there to, like, check to see if we just get a prompt when we get here or something. Let's go back to the castle then for a second. Talk to everybody again quickly to see if there's a piece of information I missed. But I'm pretty confident I talked to everybody. Maybe I use the Twin Harp? Thing is, I can't even actively choose to use it unless I use it, like, when I get up to the river, maybe? Because based on the fact that Edward gave us the Twin Harp when we mentioned the Dark Elf, that has to be relevant to that sequence of events somehow. And he doesn't have anything useful to say now. Remember when I was just talking about the fact that there's no non sequitur nonsense you have to do anywhere so far? This might be the first one. We already know we can't get in there, so we don't have permission from the clerics. Let's talk to the clerics again. Make sure I didn't miss something from what they said. Nope, they just tell us about the magnetism, which I feel like they didn't need to have that many of them tell us, hey, the cave in the northeast is magnetic. So, I just had a brain moment. Hang on, let me talk to the ones that say where the cave is again for a second. Please tell me I didn't get my east and west backwards. Metals get heavy in the cave to the northwest. Wait. That's what was fucking with me. You say northwest. You say northeast. Fucking which way is it then? This is why I had that click in my brain. I was like, wait a minute. Which way is it? I thought I was just having one of those usual east-west moments that I have. But no, this time they've said both. So is the cave actually northwest then? And there's somewhere I can get to over this way? No, because that leads back to Fabul. So I feel like northeast has to be correct. But that still doesn't answer the how do I get across the big fucking river problem. I'm gonna have to walk through the woods to get up there. So I tell you what, let's put our regular gear back on for crossing the woods. And then I'll change back once again when we get to the cave. Everybody else can keep the ruby rings, it's fine. Cecil's the only one that really needed to change because he has to put on a whole new set of armor. Ow. I guess the availability of tents and such is why ethers are not so common. I just had that realization and fully processed through. Just gonna wildly pump my fist in the air until we switch places. There we go. See if the old man even lives long enough. Honestly, Sid should be front line too, but there's not enough space for 3 people to be at front. Sid has enough health to be up front, and he uses a melee weapon. It's just one of those things where it automatically has you in this formation. Just keep mashing, just keep mashing, just keep mashing till this ends. There we go. Considering the damage we're taking, leveling a bit's probably not a bad idea anyway. So even if I'm barking up the wrong tree walking around down here, it's probably a good idea. Now, down here, up here. Why do we keep getting attacked from behind in these damn trees? Answer, because it's a damn forest and things can sneak up on you very easily in a forest. But at the same time, god damn it. Just gonna have everybody but Tella attack. Tella will handle the side switching. Because we'll get through this a lot faster if I just let them have at them, rather than worrying about immediately switching with Cecil. Because it still takes a while either way. So it feels largely pointless. And can I just say that it feels kind of bad that they gave me this whole airship, and it presented me immediately with two places I cannot use it. Since we have a little bit of mana to recharge and a good chunk of health on Yang to fix, we'll just use a tent. Since we're out here in the wilds right now. And drop a save here just in case as well. Can't help but notice, though, that we cannot get across here. And the Twin Harp is still not lighting up as an option. So do I... No, because there's definitely just nowhere to land up there, right? Because I feel like I tried to land anywhere that would have made any sense, and it didn't work. I'm starting to wonder if I'm just guaranteed to be attacked from behind in these woods, by the way. So I might do something clever, and that is just have my party be backwards while we're in here, so that when we get attacked from behind, the correct people are in the front. That might be the clever play here, honestly. Though arguably front and back almost doesn't seem to matter in this game. Like, in theory, you would think they'd get attacked less, and it does seem like they do get attacked less, because Tella was not getting just targeted constantly before when he was in the back. But then we also had this whole situation here where both Yang and Cecil are getting attacked a fair amount, despite being in the back. So it kind of calls that logic into question a bit. I don't know. I have insufficient information to go off of there. Now watch, after having flipped the party around, now they're gonna stop attacking me from behind. Yeah, no, coming over here didn't do jack diddly dick, so that's not gonna help anything. Huh. Oh, you know what it is? We have to find a chocobo to get across the river. We have to find the chocobo forest. I had to stop and think about it for a moment. Also, my prediction came true. We immediately did not get attacked from behind after I flipped the party around. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. What's that phrase again? Oh, right, I hate being right. And Tella is now dead. So I think the auto cover is only like a chance to happen. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much that Tella's dead for this fight, because he is the highest level. So he doesn't need it as much as anybody else does. Really, the only one who especially needs levels, technically, is Cecil. Between the power of main character privilege, meaning he'll always be there, and B, he is the lowest level. Despite being the most effective, he is still the lowest level. So he will only get better as he gets more levels. Oh hey, the trees know stop. Lovely. Ugh, that encounter went horribly, horribly awry. Oh hey, Cecil knows exit now. Arguably, I don't know if he needs any more levels now. Because that was one of the main things I wanted, was making sure I had somebody with exit available that would live through things. No, I won't use a tent again. Just here, drink this. In hindsight, I probably should have used a tent rather than burning all of that. It's almost like my very own logic of tents are cheap applied there. And look, once again, we are not being attacked from behind. And yet, better than even odds, the second I flip the party back, we will be attacked from behind again. Like, pretty much guaranteed. Look at you getting 2 turns back to back there, little sting rat. Good God. So I think we're gonna end up using a tent anyway, considering Cid and Tella are now worse off than they were before. Good lord. This forest kinda sucks. I'm gonna go ahead and flip back and watch as my prophecy is proven true immediately. Now, pretty sure they said the Chocobo Forest was to the north, but I'm going back to Toroya to talk to the Chocobo people and make sure that that's where it is. I do wonder why they have their little Chocobo bunch behind a secret door, though. It's a little weird. Yeah, Chocobo's village north of here. That's what I thought. Wanted to make sure. Because I apparently missed it while I was out there. So I have to assume it's more direct north rather than, like, northwest or northeast. Is if you're intended to find it and you have to use the Chocobo to get across, then it has to be pretty easy to find. It may even be this gap right here. No, it's not the gap. I presume it's in this segment of forest here, though, the one that's separated from the main forest. Okay, we're only surprised this time. We weren't attacked from behind. We do have an ad coming up very soon, so I will be getting up to refill my water at the very least. I am thinking more and more, by the way, that the dashboard is just wrong, because I just realized when I look at the other part of my dashboard that says when the pre-rolls are off until, that matches up better with when the the one that appears above the chat pops. So I think that's the accurate one, then. I wish I didn't have to sit here and puzzle out when my own fucking ads played, though. I can't help but notice that I didn't find the Chocobo Village, and I feel like I've gone through the majority of the forest. We're just leaving. Fuck you, I'm out of here. Nuts to you and your stupid attack from behind. I don't care. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Apparently I'm not allowed to leave. There we go. And we dropped 200 gold. Oh no, what a shame. Where the fuck is this Chocobo Village? It's apparently not in this half of the forest, I guess? And what do you know, I'm attacked from behind again. I really hate how predictable these situations are. Also gonna take us forever and a day to run away. Boy. I'm just going back to town until after the ads are over. So I'm just going to get annoyed. God, I've been tired lately. But I'm gonna go ahead and get up and be back in a moment. Okay, now it's only showing one ad thing and the pre-rolls are... I don't fucking understand. I give up trying to understand it. Back in a moment. I don't know what's upsetting me more, the fact that my ad timers make no sense or the fact I have no idea where this forest is. Both are not great. We'll at least figure one of the two out today. I do wonder if it may be worth my while to go back over my ad settings and reset some stuff or anything like that to see if that fixes the desync. It wouldn't make any sense for that to work, but most things with this site don't make sense, so it would be entirely reasonable for that to be the answer. 'Cause I would like it to be, you know, accurate, so I know when y'all are stuck with ads and when you aren't, so you don't end up having to miss too much just because Twitch forces us to have piles of fucking ads everywhere. Now, technically, I could just run ads manually. That is a thing, that is an option. But it would not be nearly as effective because, let me tell you, I would more often than not forget to run them, which would then mean people would have to deal with pre-roll ads. And nobody wants that. Pre-roll ads suck. Not to say that the mid-roll ads are good either. The ads suck in general. I originally was going with the automated ones because they happened at a predictable time. But now that they're becoming less predictable, now I have to question that. Levels all around, except for Tella. Which one do we even have now? We're back up to 5,000. Okay. And Cecil's caught up. Cecil's up to 20, so... This was definitely worth toddling around out here in the woods regardless. Which may very well be why they have you searching for the Chocobo Village like this. Maybe it's this chunk of forest all the way up here. Because these are more separated chunks of forest. It may very well come down to I'm just gonna have to walk, like, side to side, up and down the entire damn forest till I find the stupid thing. Because it doesn't seem like there's really an indicator, particularly anywhere, or for where the Chocobo Forest is. And before anybody just jumps in and says, oh, it's right here, that's not me asking y'all where it is, because if the game design cannot indicate where the thing is, I'm going to make a point of pointing out the fact that there is a flaw in the game design in that they don't seem to understand that maybe they should have given you a hint as to where the fucking thing is. More so than just telling you, oh yeah, it's north. There's a lot of forest up there, but you know, you'll find it somewhere in there. Of course, it would help with finding things if I could walk more than 2 steps without a random encounter happening. But God for fucking bid you be able to even move in a Final Fantasy game without being attacked. It wouldn't be Final Fantasy at that point. Fucking yay. Like, just once, I would like to be able to stay happy with one of these games. Because I swear, every time I've been in a good mood with any of these games in the series so far, it has done at least one thing to piss me off. Because there's at least one sequence in every single one of these from 1 to 4 so far, where they have dropped the ball in an irritating way. And the first game at least has the excuse of, oh, it's the first game. Sure, why not? First game problems. Like, there's only so much hand-waving away you can do, especially when they're 4 games in now. Yep, there it is. It's all the way up here, which that is hinted at a bit by the fact that it's separated a bit. But there's a problem with the logic of that, and that is there's a bunch of other separated sections of forest that are much larger, just kind of around. So it kind of doesn't signpost the same way you might think it does, by that logic. Get back here. Chocobo! Okay. I was not trying to grab them. I wanted to see if there was actually going to be any interaction other than just grab them. I clearly just need to grab this one. Because this one can fly. But here's the thing, though. This feels like a largely pointless interaction, is the other problem I have with this. They just gave you an airship. Why have you have a whole other interaction with something that allows you to fly? Literally the first sequence after giving you a method of flight. It just doesn't make sense. What is this magnetic field? Metallic things will be too heavy to control. My claws seem okay. Do not worry, I'll do it with my magic. Okay, so that proves that Yang's claws are fine. But I did forget to switch off of the stuff I had on Cecil. Because it took so long to get here. That really wasn't at the forefront of my mind at the time. I assume it's gonna yell at me again if I have things that I shouldn't have. That is good of them, though, to have one more bit of prompting there in case you didn't talk to the people that told you about the magnetic field. Okay, no, the ancient sword's still a problem. I kind of figured, but I wanted to verify that. Because there was a reality in which that the ancient sword was like a bone sword or something. Because that is a concept. Just fire 2. I didn't want to go too high in terms of magic because I don't want to be burning all of my MP right off the rip. So bow it is for Cecil until we get out of here then. Assuming the bow and arrow doesn't count. If that counts too, I'm going to be real cross. And now you might be wondering, well, Drac, why are you less mad at this than you were at the mini dungeon in 3 and the fact that you needed a frog to get in and out of a certain couple places in that as well? One, that's not burning spell slots that you already don't have that many of to do just one simple thing and feeling like a waste completely. And 2, they give you plenty of warning about this. And there is a readily available solution to it since they provide a ton of non-metallic things in the shop before this. Okay, yeah, the bow is fine. So I'm willing to give them a pass to a degree on this. I do have a problem with some parts of this. Part of that being the fact that Yang's claws are just, for some reason, fine. Like, I feel like that kind of needs a bit more backing to make that make sense. And an argument could be made for, like, well, why don't we just get Cecil a wooden sword? Because that would still be reasonably effective to a point. Or hell, make something out of stone or something. I don't fucking know. Not that stone would be great, but it's one of those things. Great, we got attacked from behind again. Haha. I swear we've been attacked from behind more just in this segment today than we have in the entire rest of the game combined. It's fucking absurd. To the point where I genuinely wonder if there's a mechanic in this area where you're just attacked from behind more often. Which in the forest it made sense. Now that we're in the cave, I have questions. Because this cave doesn't have a lot of clutter or cover in it. So why exactly are we getting ambushed so easily? Be in here. Cecil's damage is so neutered in here. Which, that at least makes a degree of sense. I'm willing to accept the idea that it may very well be genuinely just to weaken Cecil, since he is basically the only one that's affected by this. But they also could have just made Cecil less powerful in general to avoid that situation, if that's the reasoning for this. Because he was already really strong right off the rip. And he got a lot stronger when he became a paladin. I would presume because of the equipment as much as anything else. Which is why, now that he's using the Great Bow, he's doing so much less. Well, of course. You can walk through part of the rock there, or on the other side, but not when you need to get to something. Like, he's by no means doing terrible damage, he's just doing, like, roughly half of what he did before. Which, there's also a world in which, oh, maybe I should have chosen a different arrow type. God knows how you would know which arrow type to use. That you'd have to trial and error that one. Since you had 3 different elemental arrows. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is an amount of using the correct element makes a major difference in here. Okay, Cure 3 does decent for 19 MP. I do wonder how the people that like this game feel about this section. Like, I genuinely wonder if they would actually, like, come out swinging to defend this segment of the game. Or if they will just shrug and go, well, you know, every game has their bad section. Which is fair and valid, because that is correct. Every game, no matter how good a game is, does have its bad section. And if this is the worst it gets, I'm willing to accept that. The thing that makes me nervous is I'm wondering if this is a turning point where things are going to get annoying from here, considering that's basically what happened with 3, is once the mini-dungeons and such started happening, was the pivot point where the whole game started becoming rather irritating. Culminating in that nightmare of a final section because they just thought that that was such a good idea, I guess. Oh no. I really hope these don't work like Final Fantasy I mages. Considering they have the same design, I'm very scared of them immediately. Get them the hell off my screen. is for those that don't know, the mages and sorcerers and such in Final Fantasy I had an instant death attack. So, rather concerning immediately. Thankfully, they apparently don't attack that fast in this game. It's hard to say whether they would have actually done actual mage things or if they would have just touched somebody and they would have fucking died. Oh, cave nagas as well now. Joy. I do think I'm extra frustrated about the whole magnetic cave thing because I just had bought a bow for Cid and then sold it and then had to buy it again. That is not the main problem, but that does compound it. Just imagine if I hadn't checked his attack number after switching that. And we had both Cecil and Cid running around in here with bows. And Cid just being half strength because of using a bow. We would be doing so much less damage in here. So those ogres are either weak to lightning or ice. I would assume ice because of the fact that the lightning arrows weren't doing much. Okay, good, I can go around. Bones. Okay, this just loops around to the door. At any point anywhere in here, we could find good things. I'm trying to make sure that I don't miss things. Okay. I had a 50-50 whether the door was where I needed to go and downstairs was like a save room or something extra. Of course you low rolled this time, Issel. Ah, damn it, man. Now, obviously, we are nowhere near being done, even with whatever happens when we bring the Earth Crystal to Golbez. It was mentioned that there were 4 Fiends of the Elements, wasn't it? So we have 2 Fiends left. So no matter what happens, we will more than likely have to deal with them before this is over. So I would have to assume one of 2 things will be true. A, we have to fight Kain again. B, we have to fight Kain and then in one of the Fiends. Or we fight one of the Fiends instead of Kain. Those are the 3 realities that are likely to occur. There's technically a 4th reality where a whole other thing happens, but that's not likely to be the case. If we're talking unlikely realities, there's a good, like, 6 or 7 other ones that could potentially exist. Like, where everybody has a change of heart, Rosa gets released without any problems, and everybody goes home happy, and let me tell you, that ain't gonna fucking happen. Golbez does not seem like the type to just kind of have a change of heart randomly and become a good guy. Now, is there potential treachery afoot for Kain against Golbez? Yes. There's potential for treachery there. Go and use a tent for the MP. This is also why I was saying I feel like Kain's motivation is much more rivalry and combatants with Cecil than necessarily following Golbez. Because it's a logical way to control somebody like Kain by encouraging and bring forward any kind of jealousies and things like that he's got going on. Because, you know, that's usually how these things end up working, is they take the negative traits of somebody that's normally on your side and bring them forward harder, or to turn them evil. See, and thinking like that is why oftentimes I feel like these things end up being predictable. Now, obviously, anything could happen here. We could even end up killing Kain, and because he decides to stay on the evil side the whole way. The only way to find out is to get there and to do the thing. But I think we can all agree that the whole going and getting the Earth Crystal for them in exchange for Rosa is a questionable decision. Especially doing it without a plan. I think that's my biggest problem with the idea, is there's no plan thought out in a way that us, the player, is aware of. So it just feels like he's just doing it out of, I must save Rosa, which, you know, fairly typical situation there. Probably should be just focusing the Ogre, because it looks like it's actually blocking. Yeah, I guess those attacks were just not doing much against it. That attack is definitely an example of a reason why I should have been focusing the Ogre sooner. Charm. That looked like a claw. Yep, it's a charm claw. Didn't change his damage, but Thunder and Charm might be the play. I would ask how you charm somebody by clawing them, but I've been around the internet long enough and around enough people that, yeah, no, I can see it. Well, this is different. This just kind of happened, I guess. Bunch of vampire ladies hanging from the ceiling and hanging out with their cave bat friends. I also didn't heal Tella, which might be a problem. But we're just gonna blast that. Oh, and they're just gonna eat Tella. Well, that's a problem. Good crit, Ed Sid, good crit. Just knocked her right off the ceiling. Lightning heals them. Huh. Well, that's gonna present a problem across the board now, isn't it? They're also all vampiring, as they should, being vampire bats, so I'm assuming their health is going up the whole time. This is a perfect example of why you don't have people like Yang using only one element on his claws. Because otherwise, I presume he would be healing these things when he punched them. And it would be a problem. Oh, hey, he charmed the remaining cave bat. Look at that. You love it when a plan comes together. Just in time for it to get vaporized with fire, but, you know. It was a cute idea. For fuck's sake. And here we are right back in the same encounter again. On the bright side, I now know they are very weak to fire, which is not particularly surprising. In hindsight, I really should have just tried fire first, but as I said, I just keep using lightning all the time and it works, so I had no reason to stop doing that. That was a crit and still only did 189 because it was a lightning arrow. I'm surprised that it didn't heal them, though, since they healed from lightning as a spell, so that's interesting. They must actually be doing split damage, then, when they're using an elemental weapon. So maybe that wouldn't actually be a full problem in this game anyway. Awfully decent of them to be dropping Cure 2s as well. There's also a Cure 3 in our pocket now. Ooh, Ether 2, let's go. Not gonna see the light of day using that anytime soon, but you know, it's fun to have. I'd walk back to the save point to use a tent, but by the time I walk back there and then walk back here, we will end up using the same amount of resources, give or take. So I'm gonna have to use an Ether here in a moment. If for nothing else but for Tellah to have any MP to use, because he's about to go down to 15. If this Cave Naga lives long enough for him to cast that, which it did. Really thought all of that was gonna live longer, though, if I'm honest. Which is why I bothered to cast that spell in the first place. Oh, you just have your whole own crystal room here. That's interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and use another Ether to get Tellah back to full MP for this. I used one the first time because I'm like, yeah, there's probably more walking to do before we get to him. No, he's just right there. Now, the question becomes, are we gonna find out that the people in the town stole the crystal from the Dark Elf to begin with, and it's gonna just be a whole thing now? Is that what we're gonna do here? You cannot go any further. You cannot take my crystal. You cannot use metallic weapons. You cannot defeat me. Don't worry. We'll do it. Now, the thing is, didn't we see, like, this exact Dark Elf in the first game? Why is he back now? Me attack you! Oh, he knows fire too. Well, that's gonna hurt. Wait, that didn't do... What? Why is he not doing damage? There it is. You get the feeling you're not meant to win this? Because, boy... Oh. We can't. My dear. Yep, something's gonna have to happen here. If I can use my sword... They're in danger. Must get to Harp. You know, you could have asked them to get the harp for you instead of crawling to it. Stay in bed. You can't move around. What are you doing? Where are you going? Don't worry. I just want to get my harp. Ah! I told you, don't overstrain yourself. Let me do this. I must save them. Enough strength to knock them away. Goddamn. Again, they could have helped him to the harp instead of fighting him about this. Now it resonates through the twin harp. Twin harp made a sound synchronizing the tune played by Edward. Oh, this melody is Edward's harp. What? What is this nasty music? Ah! Wield your sword. Dark Elf cannot control metallic weight while I'm playing. It's Edward. Okay, good. I do have time to re-equip. I was like, that's not gonna matter if I don't get a chance to equip the thing, you know, game. I think... Can't you change equipment in combat? I don't remember. So I'll be honest, considering the amount of magic he threw at us, how the hell is wielding your sword going to make that much of a difference in this situation? It also fully healed us, which was nice. You! We were also doing, like, solid damage to him to begin with. Okay, he can also only hit 2 people with his magic now, I guess? Oh, nope, that hit everybody. And that also hit everybody. Did so much less damage now, though. And Cecil's just trashing his health bar. I'm not gonna bother using any magic, because this seems like it's already a foregone conclusion because of plot. Me change! Okay, maybe this is gonna become a different problem. Oh, he's a dragon. And now the music's kicked in, so I assume now it's the real fight. Go ahead and speed Cecil up because he's weak to Cecil. That in an emergency, Cecil can heal too, so that'll help. But I think that's once again the haste that adds extra attacks. Now, turns out the music didn't really need to kick in. Ah. Well. We did it. Why did that music reach here? Give me the crystal, the everlasting life. Nah. Thank you, Edward. He did something useful. Let's go. Might be the most useful thing he's gonna do in the entire game. Acquired the Earth Crystal. Hooray. Now, for obvious reasons, considering I just put my magnetic stuff back on, how about we just exit? Oh, fuck's sake. Maybe I need to walk out of the room and then I can exit. It may also be a case of I actually have to walk out of here. Nope. I just couldn't exit from the crystal room. Spin! Using the Guy tradition of drilling our way out of the place that we're in. There we go, fly right on back to the Chocobo Forest. Was kind of hoping he would actually, you know, let me fly to the town. Smells like chocobos. Oh, this is a place where we could bring the big chocobo out. Gotta walk through the forest one more time, then. Like, the dungeon itself wasn't too bad. I'm just kind of irritated with the way this forest is. And the fact that it's an unnecessary extra step to get to the dungeon in the first place. Is the thing is, nowhere in any of the NPC dialogue do they even mention that, oh, the forest cover over by the cave is heavy or anything like that that gives backing to the fact that it's completely covered over. The only thing even addressing the potential of another option is the fact that you have those people in that one house with the secret door that has the chocobos in it. So I just feel like there's a piece missing to this whole sequence on top of the other problems that I already pointed out with it. Like the fact that you had just gotten your airship and everything. Which they seem to have a real tendency to ruin those airships as soon as you get them, I've noticed. Like, you just cannot have an airship and get to properly enjoy it most of the time. Go ahead and put the silver rings back on now that we don't need the extra magic protection. Well, we might still need the extra magic protection. Oh wait, no, we need to go into the castle. I was going to the right place. I forgot, I'm supposed to show the fact that I got the crystal. Like, see, clerics, I got your crystal back. I'ma take it now. Bye. Which all this is gonna do is get this place attacked, probably. That is it. The Crystal of Earth, you got it back. Great. I'm not giving it back right now, though. Looks like you've got the crystal, Cecil. Ta-da. Kane? Go outside and get on your airship. I'll take you to where Rosa is. What's that? Please use our treasure down in the basement. We would like it to be used for good. Here's the crystal now. Be careful. We will lend you our Crystal of Earth as we promised you. Even though this is a dumb idea. What in the world's happening? Bad ideas, that's what's happening. We're only lending it to you. Crystals increase the powers of the one who hold them. If he is evil, then it will work for the evil. You know, the evil. Not just evil, the evil. Very important distinction. Let's go get their treasure. That treasure may be important, like I talked about before. Worst case, it's free treasure. I'm certainly not one to turn up my nose at free treasure. I'm glad they didn't notice or get upset about the fact that I took all of their other treasure already. Yes, I have the cleric's permission. Okay, go ahead, take our treasure. See if I care, means I'm out of a job. Doesn't matter. Now what am I gonna do? Oh, wow, that's a lot of treasure. Cure 2, heal, ether, ether 2, elixir, 1,000 gold, great bow, to mock me some more, some fire arrows, some more fire arrows, some lightning arrows, some ice arrows, 1,000 gold, elixir, ether 2, ether 1, heal, and cure 2. Your treasure sucks. 20 arrows of 2 other flavors than the ones I was using, and 10 more of the one I was using. They really are fucking rubbing it in with this goddamn bow thing, huh? Good lord. Now I feel like I wasted even more money on the damn bow. It's also interesting that she says think about it instead of anything else. Like, she fully expects us to get the cleric's permission. Like, it's a foregone conclusion that, like, yep, these clowns are gonna get permission to take all this treasure, and my job's gonna be ruined. I'm gonna have no reason to have been here in the first place, and here we go. Let's go ahead and save the game again. We are missing some MP. So we're gonna stop off at the shops, I think, as well. Restock the tents I used. Actually, oh yeah, a tent is only 200, so actually, no, it's cheaper to use a tent every time, then, than it is to use these inns. I got it crossed up with the other ones where it actually was roughly the same cost some of the time. So we'll go ahead and just take a nap, camp out right outside the inn, just waving a middle finger at the innkeeper the whole time. Just, hey, fuck you and your price gouging ways. Tents are cheaper. Fuck you and your capitalism. Away! Imagine if we just pushed him off of the little bridge system we got going on here between the two ships, too. Where's the Crystal of Earth? It's here. Where's Rosa? Follow my airship. At least he didn't just lead us to his base without checking that we have the crystal first. We really shouldn't just be walking into their fortress like this, though. Kain, where are you? Do not hurry. Master Golbez wants to thank you personally. Golbez? I'm glad that you kept your promise. Show yourself. Be a bit more patient. I want you to receive the reward. Reward? I'm at the top of this tower with Rosa. Bring the crystal and I'll return to you the girl. You had better hurry up or else I can't guarantee her life. Now, come! And we're gonna have to fight our way up the tower because of course we are. Because, you know, they're evil. They can't just give the exchange straight up and not have some shenanigans unfold along the way. That's never how that works. Now the question becomes, how much are we gonna have to go through to get through this fortress to get to where Golbez and Rosa and Kain are? That's a whole other question. Is really, at the end of the day, the big concern is, are we gonna get drained of resources before we get up there? I feel like with the resources I bought before getting here, we should be fine. Ooh, fire armor. That sounds like a good thing. Yep, that's an upgrade from the paladin armor. What's that? Mystical holy armor of the paladin? Nah, useless. Random armor I found in a box? That's where it's at right there. Just chuck the holy vestments of his order aside. Part of me is wondering if this is a point in the world where magic is reduced. And that's why we have so many party members that don't interact with magic much at all? Or if we've just happened to not get a lot of people that are magically inclined. Because we have towns populated entirely by wizards, a town run by clerics, which... Now, the cleric thing's an either or. They may not actually be magic users of any kind. And they're just religious leaders, so they have the title of cleric. That could go either way. Especially since they seem to have become powerless once they didn't have their crystal anymore. there's layers of consideration to that. But considering their crystal was taken so easily to begin with, they may not have had anything really going on to begin with. Exactly as the soldier there had mentioned, they had been at peace for so long. But it makes me wonder every time when your party structure ends up being very heavily tilted one way or the other. Because, like, if we review the people we've had in our party, we had 2 knights, essentially. We'll just consider both Dragoon and Dark Knight to be knights for convenience sake here. Then we had a knight and a summoner of a group of summoners that had then basically gotten wiped out. Then we had a knight, a summoner, a bard, and a white wizard. So, kind of a split in between caster and non-caster, because in this world, bards apparently don't use any magic. And then from there, we've been very, very, very physical heavy, aside from Palom and Parom, who we had briefly. And we specifically got them from a village full of casters. So that kind of makes sense that they would come from there if it is a world where magic has become less common. Because that's the thing, is you'll notice we haven't really been encountering that many casters just out and about in the world. They've almost always come from specific places. So it makes me wonder about that. Like, is that just a general sign of the state of the world in this game? Or is that just more of like a societal thing? It could be either. The things I think about while I'm waiting for combat to end. Because obviously, we can't really guarantee that these are in the same worlds at all, compared to the previous games. Because it's very much kind of not indicated any way whatsoever, one way or the other. So I for one, would lean a little bit more towards not. Just purely because none of the same land exists and none of the... Like, there's not that many concepts in common, other than chocobos existing, arguably, and the crystals being a thing. But at the same time, part of that confusion may be differences of translation, considering I've been bouncing back and forth in time frames for when the games were made. So we can't take that as a 100% guarantee there. But like take, for example, the ease with which somebody like Golbez took over an entire country. I feel like in a lower magic world, it would be easier for somebody to just walk in and use mind-affecting magic and handle everything nice, free, and clean that way. Whereas in a world more used to magic, somebody might catch on to that faster and be more able to do something about it. But at the same time, that also varies wildly too, so there's no guarantees in a situation like that at all. is frequently, even in higher magic scenarios, things like mind magic tend to be outlawed, so people forget they fucking exist anyway. And it turns into a whole, like, well, we never thought anybody would use the illegal magic to do illegal things. It's like, well, gee, I wonder why that would have happened. Could it be because they were trying to do evil, illegal things already, so they didn't care about your stupid laws? Can you tell that I have a lot of feelings about a lot of the random nonsense that happens in fantasy worlds? Because boy, do I. Oh, it doesn't even only apply to fantasy either. There's plenty of other medias that have the exact same problem, just flavored differently. Like, instead of people being directly impacted by magic or anything like that, it'll just be corruption instead. Like, oh, hey, I didn't expect these guys to be taking bribes and doing this, that, and the other thing, because that's illegal. It's like, yes, it's almost like that's their thing, is that they do bad things because they are evil. And they had opportunity to do these illegal things because you lot are too gullible to realize people have the capacity to do wrong. There's like so many stories have this complacency issue with every society in their universe, and it drives me up the damn wall. In part because it's a bit too real in some ways, I would say. Oh wow, we charmed it off the first hit. Let's go. Because there's entirely too many people out there that would very much be shocked if any kind of corruption showed its head, because people assume, no, that doesn't happen. Which is absolutely not the fucking case. Fire sword. I don't know if I want to use that. He says he looks at it anyway. That is way stronger. And considering the lightning arrows weren't an issue, maybe it'll be okay. But I'm now pondering if I should go look at the rest of this floor and see if I find more. That definitely does a lot of damage, but see, here's the reason why I'm nervous to use the Sword of Fire. We haven't found the Fiend of Fire yet. And if I were designing this, and I just gave the player a fire sword and fire armor, you know who would be the next guy I would send immediately? That's right, the Fiend of Fire. Because it would be the perfect opportunity. Sounds good, Tara. Hope you enjoy your food once you get to it. And things have been mostly favorable so far today. We'll see how it goes. I've mostly just been ranting about predictability and the way people are surprised by people who seem otherwise on the up and up doing evil behind your back. Is a lot of these stories really do rely on people just foolishly trusting people that are very clearly not to be trusted. Like, they are written with such heavy tones of, I am going to fuck you over, or as soon as you turn your back on me, and yet they expect you to trust them, and it's just like, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Like, there's a reason why that whole curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal thing exists as a joke. And it is one of the things... it's on that list of things that really fucking take me out of a story. But the ads are coming in, depending on whether this timer or the other timer is correct. So after this fight, I will pause for a moment and let the ads run their course. Though arguably, I should just keep going while the ads are running in terms of the walking forward. Because really, I don't think too much remarkable is going to happen, but it is part of the process, so I don't really want people to miss any part of the actual process. Exactly. The ads, unfortunately, cannot be defeated. They can only be postponed. There we go. Go ahead and top everybody up. I'll be back in just a second. We've actually got our levels in a relatively convenient line now, with Cecil being at 24, Sid and Yang at 25, and then Tell at 26. Who knows, maybe they'll actually all finally line up completely soon. Haha. Let's be real, at the rate this is going, the plot's gonna take at least one of them away from us before that actually happens. Because that's just the nature of this batch of Final Fantasy games, is you have a rotating cast, and boy do they like to spin that rotation. And for anybody that's worried, oh, he's just gonna keep on ranting about writing and such, I'm not gonna keep that going right now. I ran that thought through. It's done for now. We don't need to sit there and ride that for days. For now, I'm just actually kind of looking at the way these little portrait sprites were made and figuring some things out. Don't mind the artist analysis happening. Everything's fine. But we're back from ads now, so let's get moving. Because bit by bit, I've been trying so hard to keep pushing my own art further, and the best way for me to do that, instead of sitting there and poring over tutorials and trying to do thousands of studies, I have found for the most part is just looking at things that are already made in a vein, like in the similar styles to what I want to make and things like that, and just like reverse engineer it with my eyes as much as I can. Because you can figure out a lot about how something is made by disassembling. Which wow. Okay, I guess he just dies when he doesn't have puppets. Well, that interrupted my train of thought nicely. Okay, this is where the door is. There might be a chest in that other path, though, so I guess I'm turning around. You know, I wonder if the Fire Sword would work on the slimes now that I think about it. Though the Thunderclaw doesn't, so logic would denote that the Fire Sword also wouldn't. Like, they may be classified completely differently within the code from spells, instead of necessarily all being a damage type and another damage type. They may be coded completely differently. Like, it may be designed to benefit from weaknesses, but not actually interact the same way. Yeah, see, even the Fire Sword does 1 damage to the slimes. Okay. So that verifies that. My theory is correct that they're coded differently enough. Which also probably is why the weapons don't end up having problems with immunities. Which I have to assume that that's part of why they're coded differently. That and the engine just may not be able to account for that. And yeah, it looks like this was just another path to walk. There's not actually anything in there. Definitely gonna need to give the old man some magic back soon, though. Is it windy or something? I keep hearing... No, it's not really that windy. Just things just bumping around out there, I guess. I suppose that's yet again just a case of it depends on what games you're used to, what you'll end up thinking of and being prepared for. Because I've seen so many games where you will end up needing to concern yourself with immunities even with the even down to the weapons you use, that I get blindsided by situations where that isn't the case. Whereas somebody more used to things that work like this, where it doesn't matter that much, would get blindsided when they do actually need to worry about that. I could make a joke about the whole EP girl and sword man thing, but that's probably been done to death. Sounds good. Tara, enjoy. I will do my best to have fun. Just walking through the tower. I will say, a lot of the stuff in here feels like it's less of a threat than the stuff in the forest was, which is interesting. Oh, I say it's less of a threat when Yang's sitting there at half health, but, you know. Yang's been kind of getting trashed everywhere he goes, same with Tella, so it's not really remarkable when the two of them are at low health at this point. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's not that they're less dangerous, I've just become numb to the concept of those two being nearly dead. So I really should probably heal both of them after this fight and recharge Tella's magic in case I need it. Because at any point another batch of slimes could come up, and if we don't have magic to deal with them, it's going to be really inconvenient. It's also interesting just how much your preparation as you go shifts. A, when you're not as threatened, because I've not really felt as threatened in this game as a whole, and two, when you don't need to have specific things in characters' hands to be able to use them in combat. It's like, not having to equip these items means I can just use them freely whenever. So I don't end up doing as much between battle prep for every fight. There's a door over there on the right. That's clearly an important door, but there's doors everywhere. So some of these have to lead to treasure, and some of these have to lead to progress. Obviously. Nope, there goes one sword man. I wish my brain was firing on all cylinders, so that I could come up with another point to talk about just out of the ether. But unfortunately, not only do I normally struggle with that to begin with, but I'm certainly not at, like, perfect top tier today either. 'Cause I've been making the mistake of not sleeping at the regular time that I have been, because I've been trying to do too many different things. So I pushed my sleep schedule off by an hour, and boy has it had effects. That's why you may have noticed I've been yawning a lot during the last few streams. Just because that's all been having an impact. Poison claws. I mean, that does mean you don't need to worry about elemental effect anymore. And it's slightly stronger, so sure. Anything further down here? There is. I'm glad I checked. Fire shield. We've already had, what, the Fiend of Earth and the Fiend of Water? this, there's really only the Fiend of Air and the Fiend of Fire left. Assuming there's only 4 fiends. Which I'm pretty sure they specifically said 4 fiends, didn't they? Or am I just filling that in? Wow, that witch did not have any health. Okay, understood. You won't hear me complain. Ooh, a cabin. A thing I cannot use in here. But it'll be great for fixing all of the pain and suffering after the fact. I wonder if I can get away with just fire wanting these. Let's find out. I may end up wasting magic this way, but it'll save me magic in the long run if it works. Almost. Maybe a bunch of 1 damage hits will finish the job. Uh-huh. The answer to that question may surprise you in that it's a no, so I should just go ahead and fire to them every time. I think I technically saved 5 MP here. Oh, nope, I did not save anything because they still had enough health for that. I hate it here. Having things that are immune to physical when you've only got 1 caster in the party is kind of nasty. Like, ordinarily, I blame myself for these scenarios because I would choose the classes that I have, but you don't get that choice in this game. So in a case like this, it's just kind of a dick move on their part. Actually, let's reorganize again. So we ended up with a bunch of new things. Except apparently that's not how they organize, so it didn't amount to what I would want anyway. There we go. I'm not gonna worry about bringing the Cure 3 all the way up there, or the Ether 2s up there. But I wanted them closer. This door, I presume, is the one that leads to the other item we just saw, based on where the door was. But an easy way to fix this situation with these slimes and such would be A, to have the elemental weapons actually hurt them, or B, give Cecil, like, a really just kind of mid holy spell to use to attack slimes and such. Just so you're not having to funnel everything through one character for a situation like this. Earthhammer. That's a pretty significant upgrade. So that's something I've noticed with this game, is you make some pretty hefty jumps in terms of your power when you equip something in this one, as opposed to a lot of the other ones where you're getting tons of minor upgrades here and there. Which is an interesting decision to think about. Like, which is better? And the answer is kind of an either-or. Neither decision is inherently always superior to the other. Because there's benefits to having less but more impactful items, and there's also a benefit to having more items available that are less impactful, but your player is not required to always use them. I don't know, there's positives to either, as I said, so it's kind of a crapshoot to indicate, like, yes, this is the choice, or yes, that's the choice. Now, in terms of armor, I feel like a lot of that is not that impactful in this game. Like, most of it's like a 2 or 3 point swing most of the time. So add that to the layers of decision making there too, of course. Which, on the note of armor, doesn't matter. I have not done as much prep as I wanted to for Dark Souls 3, so hopefully I'll be able to get enough prep in between tonight and tomorrow, but I cannot make any promises on that one. So tomorrow's session for that may end up a little rougher. We'll see. I really should have healed Yang. Considering the damage coming out all the time here, it probably would have been a better idea to have done that. You can tell that I'm just very much on autopilot getting through here. Because even now, I don't feel especially threatened. Everybody's at half or lower health, and I'm like, yep, we'll get through this anyway. Which, it's a wild thing to think about. Is, to take the first game as an example, if I was at anything other than full health, I was fucking nervous in that one. And yet here I am traipsing around with a half-dead party, just like, nah, it's fine. I am running very low on resources now, like I feared, though. Like, we've burned through almost all the Cure 2s we have. But I'm pretty confident we're almost out of here. I'm pretty sure it's only like 5 or 6 floors in here. I targeted the wrong one with Sid. He was supposed to take a swing at the witch and kill her immediately again. Oh well. Oh, god damn it. Of course it wouldn't cycle to the witch when I press up. Why would it? Like, it makes sense to press left for it, but at the same time, if you're just looking at the list down there, you might think, oh yeah, you just press up to cycle the list, and it'll just naturally cycle to the target up there as needed. Oh, well, that's great that there was a save and heal point here. Wish I'd known that before I burned all those healing items. We're gonna nose around out here a little bit before I use the tent, then. Unless... no, that's probably right into the fights, then. Okay, we'll tent up to get the magic back, then. Just means we set all those cures and things on fire, unless I want to sit outside and fight a few enemies. For the express purposes of making those healing items more worthwhile. Which, let me tell you, not that inclined to bother with that. I would have to feel significantly more threatened to bother with actions like that. There we go, just kill the Marionette Master. We could work our way through the puppets from there. The puppets are where the damage comes from, but I just didn't want to have to deal with the Marionette Master summoning another puppet and getting in the way, since these do go down pretty quickly. For avoiding damage, though, I probably should have just kept doing it the way I had been doing it. Killed the puppets first, and then the leader. I wanted to see how that would work out. Answer? Not great. Welcome to the Tower of Zot. Glad to see you. We are the minions of Valvalis of the Air. I'm Sandy, I'm Cindy, and Mindy. We're the Mega Sisters. Sorry, but your quest will be over here. Take our Delta attack and farewell. And this is why we had the save and healing opportunity. So look at these three. Look at the wild difference between them. There you go. Okay, so walling Cindy. Come on, Mindy. It goes. Oh, yep, here comes the Delta attack. That's it. Just a fire 2. You just bounce the fire 2 off Cindy at us? Okay. I guess that's a move. Just preempting with that Cure 2. Because I don't really want to throw attack spells right now because of the fact that there's that wall in the middle. Yeah, because it looks like all Sandy's gonna do is shield Mint. I just realized, since I didn't use up that wall that they had already, it put the wall on Sid. Because I watched it bounce to him, I'm pretty sure. There goes Mindy. I think the play here is leave Cindy for last. Because Mindy was a danger because Mindy was attacking. Cindy is also a danger because Cindy is attacking? But Cindy's also not attacking that strongly. And I assume the fire spells were coming out of Mindy. Well, the fire, the lightning, the whatever the Delta attack was made out of that particular time was all coming from Mindy. So technically it would potentially be best to go through them in order. So Cindy would be next, and then Sandy just kind of stands there and does nothing. But as it stands, roughly the same thing is happening anyway. Oh, you can bring Mindy back. That's upsetting. There goes the barriers. There's still gonna be one barrier in play, I think, because it was already cast on Cindy. But we can just rip Mindy apart. It's not really an issue. Interesting that they still do the whole Delta attack thing when one of them is dead. So really, it really is just originating from Mindy, basically. What I don't understand is why they even bother to do that whole song and dance. Like, I get it as a gimmick, but I don't really understand it from a combat standpoint. It's like, does it actually do more damage when it's reflected off of somebody? Like, I guess it's a good trick, because if somebody's, like, expecting it to come from one angle and it bounces off of one of them to attack from a different angle, that kind of works. Just in a scenario like we have here, where we're just standing here staring at each other, it doesn't really logic out. Oh, you bring both of them back at the same time. I should have just killed Cindy from the word go, then. Understood. I had this completely wrong. Sandy is just always the last choice, then, unless they all know Remedy. So really, they are not that strong. Yep, there we go. There's just Sandy left now. So what are you going to do now that you're alone? Oh, you start charming people. Hate that. Thankfully, you charmed Tella, which is good and bad? Depends on what spells he decides to start casting. Assuming he casts any spells before Sandy dies. Nope, he's just whacking people with a stick. You know what? You just keep doing that, buddy. It's okay. There we go. That's why I wasn't concerned. No way, Delta attack failed. No. So that was something, I guess. Let's go heal and save so I don't have to do that again. And this way, for whatever we have to fight next, we're at full strength. Not that we lost much for that, but we did spend some MP, so I would rather have that back just in case. Also, we now know that the Fiend of Air is here because they said they were minions of the Fiend of Air. So that tosses my concerns about it being the Fiend of Fire out of the way. Which is honestly a great thing they've done for me here. So really, just sending a bunch of kids like that at us was certainly a choice. So maybe they just looked like kids and they had like existed for a lot longer because of magic or what have you. There's always that possibility. Though, judging from the competence level, I feel like that's not the case. So. I thank you. Golbez! Where's Rosa? The crystal first. You haven't hurt Rosa, have you? Of course not. Now, give me the crystal. This is it. Hand it over the crystal of the earth. Give back Rosa. Rosa? What are you talking about? What? You cheated us. Foul traitor! I have no business with you, old man. But I do. This is for Anna. Get a load of how huge Golbez is. Okay, you threw Virus at him. Fire 3. Notice how Golbez is just letting him do it. No one can ever defeat me. Lightning 3 now. Still trying. Still doing his best. He hasn't cracked out Meteo yet that he knows. There it is. Meteo. No, don't. It'll destroy you. I'm spending my life to defeat you. Meteo. Take the meatball. 9,999 damage. No way. Wow. The old man's only gone and done it. No victory fanfare, though. Down he goes. You used the Meteo. Ah, Tella! And another one sacrificed. But I have the crystal. Now come, Kain. And I guess that Meteo broke my control over him. So be it. You no longer serve my purpose. I will settle this score later, Cecil. Never. Ha! As he just chucks Cecil across the room. Uh-huh. I assume he expected Cecil to die. Why not finish me off? You. Who are you, Cecil? I shall see you again. Maybe you should have asked him questions before you nearly vaporized him. You might have gotten more useful answers that way. Cecil, you okay? Yeah, Golbez must have been weakened by Meteo, but Tella... I failed. Don't speak. I brought this upon myself. As I lost myself in hatred. Avenge my daughter for me, please. Tella! Dying old man, Dots. Open your eyes, old nag. Still dying, leave me alone. Tella. Rest in peace with your daughter. You may notice there's a theme here. A lot of notes of don't give in to hatred, don't let anger rule everything you're doing, and notes like that. Tella. We will avenge Anna and you. Not to mention all the other people that died in the villages that were blown up and everything. Cain! Cain! Wakey wakey. Cecil, what have I done? Not your fault. You've been hypnotized. But I regained consciousness. I wanted Rosa to... Yeah, he wasn't fully under Golbez's control for a bit there. Where's Rosa? We don't have time. It's above. Cecil! Oh, wow. That was the thing? You were just gonna drop a ball on her? What is it, New Year's? Rosa. I knew you would come. Now they get to have their moment. Your absence taught me Cecil. Oh boy, getting cozy. Sid, please. Cain? Golbez's control was broken. I really was under control, but I also wanted to keep you close to me, Rosa. Cain. Angry love triangle dots. Confused love triangle dots. Let's fight together, Cain. Because that's gonna end well. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Rosa. Cecil. Still undecided dots. Come on, we really must hurry. It's too dangerous here. Sid's got the right idea. We need to get the hell out of here. Let's go, Cain. Cecil. We need your powers as a Dragoon. Cecil. Rosa. White Wizard Rosa and Dragoon Cain joined. We got a full party again for the moment. Seems like Master Golbez underestimated your powers. It's Valvalis of the Air, one of Golbez's 4 fiends of the elements. Thanks for announcing him for us. Cain, you've betrayed us. I did not betray, but came to my senses. I should have gotten rid of you, but now the old man with the meteor is gone. Think you're the only one who can fight in the air? Okay, you become a tornado. I've seen this trick before. Must stop her spin. Cain, jump! Once Cain's turn comes around again. That text box literally showed up right after. Yang is now nearly dead. Oh, and she started turning Cecil to stone. It is neat that it's not instant stone. I actually approve of a lot. Because it gives you time to undo it, I presume. Before it becomes a full problem. Get her, Cain. Show us that you're really on our side now. Show us what you can really do. Yep, now Cid's gonna have no hit points. And is partially stone. Now, here's the thing that's confusing about this, though. They're not doing any actual attacking. They're only turning people partially to stone and nearly killing people, but they've not had any, like, follow-up where they actually would finish the job, is the thing that's interesting. Yep, she did 1 damage to Cain. There we go, she did something. Now, you may have noticed Rosa didn't have the ability to aim. I assume Rosa doesn't have any equipment right now to speak of. Considering, you know, being a hostage up until a minute ago. Yep, going back into Tornado. Cain, fix that. While we're waiting for that, let's all get rid of as many copies of the stoning as possible, let's say. Yep, this is exactly why, because he's almost full stone now. Yep. Okay, so it takes multiple turns to turn someone to stone, but it takes 1 turn to undo it. That is very balanced in our favor, I will say. But considering how badly getting turned to stone tends to work out in other contexts, I'm not exactly upset about that. I just also do want to point out the fact that that is actually very player favorable. And I assume in keeping with the trend this series has kind of been riding from here forward, where it's a lot more in the player's favor outside of specific circumstances. Like, harder or boss fights and, like, super bosses and such being where things get a lot harder. Yeah, I preemptively jumped this time. You can't and get me this time. Of course, you know how I was talking about having a low magic party before? We now have even less magic in our party because all we have is healing magic. We don't even have attack magic at all anymore. Get everybody's health back up a little bit more. Somebody's just gonna get hit with weak again, but when she starts slapping, I want people to be able to live through it. And it's not like Rosa has that much else to do with her turns, honestly. Cecil could have avoided healing, but I wanted to have that extra bet hedge in there. I think I might actually have this timing in a good loop right now. No! That's honestly the funniest outcome. A little bit of stabbing from Cecil, old mid-spin, and it's over. Nice and easy. You know, the last and mightiest of us 4 is still left. Perish with this tower! It's collapsing. Watch out. Wow! Hold on to me. Exit! You know, I could have cast that too. I needed to do something. Oh, convenient that we exited to their house. Where is it? It's your room in Baron. It's safe since the fake king's gone. Cecil, I have something to tell you. Sid immediately takes a seat. What's that? It's about the crystals. The crystal of Earth from Terraria was taken away. This means Golbez has gathered all the crystals. No, there are other crystals. I thought there were only 4. And the rumor's true. Right, the dark crystals. The crystals of this world are those of light and are of open side, so to speak. Then there are the hidden crystals. They are the dark crystals. Right. Therefore, Golbez has only gathered half of all the crystals. But the rumors do not say the whereabouts of the dark crystals. Golbez knows. We must hurry then. Where is it, Kain? Literally the hidden side of the Earth, the underground. Underground? Ow, dig a hole? Anyway, he said when all the crystals of light and darkness are gathered, the way to the moon opens. Way to the moon? I guess so. And this is the clue to the secret, so he said. You should have it. Magma key. Use this at a certain place to open the way to the underground. Certain place? Metal Gear? Where? I don't know. What's the thing about? We have the Enterprise to fly around the world in no time. But it was left in the Tower of Zot. Didn't I tell you? It's the latest. It's back in Baron by remote control. Good. Sid, we really count on you. You think so? Let's leave tomorrow morning to search for the entrance to the underground. It'll be my first time finishing it. Technically, I had played a bit of it long ago, and I have seen it played in the past. But obviously, do not spoil anything, or you'll be chucked out the window immediately. And I know enough to know what a spoiler looks like, too, so I will also be batting for fake spoilers, just as a note. But why didn't Golbez just finish me off, then? Cecil? No, it's nothing. Let's take a rest. Let's go. Alright, so a lot just happened again. As it tends to be, we walk a few feet and 17 events occur simultaneously. Okay, so Kain is a couple levels higher than everybody. Rosa's had everybody else's level, so that works out nicely. And yeah, kind of figured she has no equipment. We do thankfully have the Gaia dress that we had traded off for the wizard armor before. We'll just give you the bow and lightning arrows for the moment, and we'll fix you up more once we actually have an opportunity to go get things. This is why I've been hanging on to spare stuff all the time, though, for anybody that might be like, why is he not selling everything all the time? Because of the way the rotating cast in this game works, you keep ending up needing to have some stuff around in case you forget to go to a town right after getting somebody. I mean, it would obviously be better to have the things from a current town, almost certainly, but it helps to at least have some backup gear around. I hear voices from the basement. I'm scared. Let's go find out what the basement voices are about, I guess. I think this is the way to the basement. Also, this door right here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ether 1, Cure 2. I think I was supposed to have come and grabbed this earlier. I literally only noticed that door when I was walking through there this time. Ghost. Real? Ah, yes. I'm working hard, sir. Boss, and you, Cecil. Apparently this place is haunted. Tent. Cure one. Heal. I have to go down the stairs and back up to get that, I presume. Ooh, a free elixir. Always good to see. Because I think we weren't able to walk all the way back here before, but maybe we could have and I just didn't know it. Cecil. Your Majesty? Go to the land of summoned monsters and return here. I shall be of help. Huh. Well, okay then. Let me write that down, because we're getting relatively close to when I had intended to end today, so I don't want to forget that. Because for anybody new here, I do only play this on Mondays, because I have a lot of other things I'm trying to get to all at once here, for the most part. So it's important to keep notes. That's his vacation throne. He sits there when he doesn't want to deal with the court, but still wants his throne. Or that's for the fun he gets up to with the queen. One never knows. Exactly. Nothing useful there. Another life, another cure. All these jars are empty. Tent, ether. Another ether. It's kind of weird how expensive they made ethers in the shops, and yet they're just littered all over the place. I feel like it would have been just as well to make them purchasable at a reasonable rate. But I suppose it does, at the end of the day, make them finite in a way still. Which gives you at least a little bit of a resource crunch to worry about. I just don't know if it fully lands. Helgobez's soldiers were not human. Oh, King. Yeah, you know, this does leave a power vacuum in Baron, doesn't it? We'll post guard here. I knew there was something wrong about the king, but I didn't want to lose my life. Yeah, it's fair. Please avenge the king. Please take the throne. That's two very different answers. That's two very, very different responses to the situation. We, the Dragoons, will defend the castle. I am ashamed. I don't know if there's much to be ashamed of there. Even if you had rebelled, you would have just been eaten by the monsters. These two are still Huh. Yeah, I didn't think anything was gonna happen. Could be either. Might be both. Never again. We sure will guard here. And thus Cecil assumed the throne and forgot all about his adventure. Imagine if that was actually just like a joke ending option. You just sit on the throne and the game ends. It would definitely be something a game made these days would do. Of course, you'd have to have fit a whole other ending into the cartridge, which complicates things a bit. I'm assuming the shops here haven't changed, but just in case they somehow changed again, let's take a look. Get back here and do your job. God damn merchants wandering off. Yeah, they're still the same. I might just give Rosa the Cure Staff because she's probably going to be spending most of her time healing, but I do have all those arrows that I wasted my money buying. I may as well use them. Grab her a silver ring, because I might use that over the ruby ring, because it does give more defense. Can't hurt to have both around anyway. Are we looking health-wise? Yeah, we did just rest, so that's irrelevant. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Actually, no, there's one other... God damn it, game. I should buy regular items before I go too far. Because we did burn through all of our cures and cure 2s during that debacle. We'll just grab 50. That should be fine. And back that up a step. Just give me 20 tents. That should be enough to last a while. We don't need more heals. We have plenty of those, and I didn't even use, I think, any of the life items, so we're fine on those. The moment I accidentally learned I could make that count up instead of only buying in 10s, sure did change things. I'll worry about getting rid of all the things I'm not using when we get to the next shop. This way I can't frivolously waste as much of my money as I've done in the past, like buying that pass for the dance hall. I may actually want to talk to the rest of the people in town anyway, now that I think about it, see if they actually have anything useful to say. Cecil, please avenge the king. I said useful things. I'm glad to see you are so brave and right. King was being replaced by a monster? Who will be our next king? Now, isn't that just the most important question? I knew who you were. Please, Cecil, beat Golbez up. We'll do what we can, kid. We'll do what we can. Dancer probably won't have anything useful to say. She'll just dance again. Who knows if the old lady will have anything useful to say either, but you know. Yep, just telling me about the underpass again. So some of them have changed and some of them haven't. For the most part, it has not changed in a useful manner, to no one's surprise. You know what? Actually, no, there's a reason to go back in the castle. Because didn't we have a bunch of wizards in one of the lower rooms? They may have logs that might tell us something useful. Or am I getting my castles mixed up? I might be getting my castles mixed up. It's almost like most of these castles kind of look the same because they're castles. Yeah, because I think the only wizards that were here were in the jail. I mean, we're going to have to use the jail again. There will still be crime, therefore people will still have to go to jail. I don't think I'm thinking of the right castle. I think I was thinking of the one Edward was in. With the room with the handful of black mages and the handful of white mages. Unless they're in these basement rooms here. Oh yeah, no, they're here. I'm embarrassed that I couldn't spot the king was a fake. Hey! Oops, excuse me. Why are you like this? You didn't even cast it correctly. You made me Minnie instead of a pig. You didn't even do that part right. Sorry, it was size. Just bad at your job. Medio existed. Yep. You know, I'm not surprised that they're excited about that, considering... I really don't know why I thought this lot would be useful. Can only wish that the king may rest in peace. We will help the soldiers with our white magic. That's great and all. I couldn't tell that that king was a fake. That's fine, nobody else here apparently could either. Well, never mind, that was worth a shot. Well, I know where our other best port of call for information would be then, and it's off to Mysidia. Melon, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? As I get attacked just trying to get into my airship. Howdy, Bug. Welcome in, everybody. Hey, hopefully you all had a grand time with whatever it was that Melon was doing. I believe I saw us sleeping with the fishes again, so hopefully you had some good results there. And of course, if any of y'all need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourself should always be your first priority. We're just in the middle-ish, I would say, of Final Fantasy IV right now. So we're gonna be doing a lot of flying around trying to find where I'm supposed to be going. Ah. Wait, the seagulls are what kidnapped you? 'Cause I know you had looked at the ending list and saw that. Also, the ads are kicking in now because I didn't have a chance to snooze them because of timing. So I do apologize for that. Because my ad manager has been broken for God knows how long at this point, because Twitch is such a lovely website. So we'll get back to that as soon as those unfortunately timed ads happen. Oh, okay, they took the dead body. That makes a bit more sense than seagulls running off with a living person. So let's see. The king told us to go to the land of summoned monsters and back again, so that might mean mist? So far it's been going well. We had a whole time with a dungeon that was magnetic where we couldn't use anything metal. Well, and getting through a forest to get there, but you know. Other than that, everything's been fine. The monsters we call appear from another plane deep under the ground. Okay, that's presumably where the land of summoned monsters actually is, then. Because we need to get to the underground right now to stop Golbez from getting the other 4 crystals and presumably destroying everything. It really hasn't been established what he's actually planning on doing with that. Based on how much these cost, these might be useful. I'll grab the whip for when we can actually get somebody that can use it. Potentially. So are these actually worth anything at this point, or is this out of date? Yeah, that's presumably out of date. I probably could have come here when we got the airship to begin with, then. So we'll get rid of those. We'll hang on to the whip just in case it is actually useful for one reason or another. Get rid of these things. I don't need 2 great bows. I presume then that the armor is also not going to be anything to write home about, but I'll look. Wait. Could I have gotten here a lot earlier then? Because that bard armor doesn't make sense. I guess it doesn't matter. History of Mistcallers may be over now. I hear that the soul of Odin is sleeping under Baron. Gee, I wonder if there's a connection between that and what the king told us about coming back after visiting the land of summoned monsters. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about there. Women, children, and highly trained callers were all lost by the unknown fire. Gee, I wonder how that fire happened. Wow, what a tragedy that happened. Really is a shame. I heard this weird Dark Knight did all that. Nobody knows what happened to that guy. Tiara, cloth, ruby ring. Huh. Feel like I probably could have come and grabbed this a lot sooner, too. Considering part of its cloth armor. You're probably the only one who could wear the tiara. It is better for you. So yeah, go ahead and hang on to that for now, I guess. Yeah, the cloth is not better than Gaia armor, I kind of figured. For those wondering what I'm joking about with that, and for those who missed all of the plot up to this point, we used to be that Dark Knight that ended up burning this town to the ground because we were sent here by our king who was under evil control / replaced entirely already. We're still not 100% sure about that part. We didn't realize what was in the box. We were just told here to come to Mist and deliver a package. Turns out the package blew up the entire town. which has survived way better than expected. Plus or minus this mountain having been dropped on half of it by the only color left, but that's a whole other discussion. So we still have to go find Rydia again. So yeah, we're just searching the world for where we use this magma key in order to go to the underground now, pretty much. We went to this cave already, right? This is a cave we've been to? Misty Cave. Yeah, this is the cave that got us to Mist in the first place. That's the one I mistook for the underground passage that led to Baron in this castle, because we had to sneak in there after we came back. Suffice it to say, there's been a lot to unpack up till this point. The short version is, we used to be an evil knight. We realized we didn't like doing evil things, so we turned it around and became a paladin, and have been basically fighting the kingdom that we originally worked for, up until now, where we finally have gotten rid of the evil that had taken over the kingdom of Baron, which is why you may have seen people telling our character Cecil to take the throne. That layers of whole thing attached to all of that. But we are way behind, considering the evil side has 4 out of the 8 crystals already. I came back here to Mysidia because I'm hoping they might be able to inform me as to where I'm meant to go. You sure became a paladin. The Serpent Road was named that because it drains much stamina from travelers. Seems like a lot of you have the same things to say as when I first became a paladin. Never forget the spirit of the paladin. Let's go straight to the Elder. Because, one, we should probably tell him about what happened to Porom and Palom, the twins he sent with us, who are now statues in Baron because they stopped a trap from crushing us. We will trust you. Your light was so dim, but now it's dazzling. I mean, wearing nothing but white and gray and yellow armor probably helps make things more dazzling. That's the crystal we stole from them at the beginning of the game. Apparently the Elder's not here, and I figured he'd be here, in his room. How about you? You got anything useful? You did it. It must have been destined. Great. Very helpful. Well, never mind about any of that idea, then. This doesn't mean that I forgive you. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. I can see you're also in great pain. Let me wish for you now. All the wishes in the world ain't gonna fix all the problems we have right now, lady, but thank you, I guess. Okay, coming back here seems to have been largely pointless. I feel like I'm meant to have remembered a place that we had seen. And that's where you're supposed to get tipped off to go there to use the magma key. Boy, do I not remember any place of such note. Unless they genuinely expect you to fly around to everywhere and ask around for where this entrance to the underground would be, which is possible. There's this forest right here that's a little weird, but I'm betting this is just a chocobo forest. Yeah, this is a chocobo forest. What does this chocobo do? The one that's really fast. Oh, they heal us. Okay. Neat. I guess that would have helped when we were in the other forest before I got on the flying chocobo. Well, the more you know. You know, I think we might be onto something here. Cave that's in a weird spot, little tiny town you would never have noticed without being on the airship, Silveria. Hey, Eamon, don't step on us, okay? I will do my best. We mine silver ores. Toads refine and small folks process. We make weapons for human use. Neat. Whoop. What? Oh. Huh. You know, wasn't expecting to just walk in here. This was expected to have turned into a whole other screen, and it, wasn't. You may have heard me mashing A. I was looking to see if there was hidden items in there. Gee, you're big. Are you giants? To you, yes. Overall, not really. We can walk really far back in these buildings. Yeah. We'll show you a great dance. Come on, brothers. Hey, Speen. We're Silvera brothers. Let's dance. As you know, there's been dancers in every town. They had to figure out a way to put a dancer here somehow. Yep, that one fell down. Oh, they're leapfrogging. Okay, I see the bit now. Thank you. I didn't applause at all, but sure. Let's see what they're selling here, since apparently they make silver things. You know, I don't know what I was expecting. Go ahead and get a silver hammer for Sid. Silver staff for Rosa. I don't know if a silver blade will be useful, but I'm gonna grab a pair of them because there's a chance we may end up encountering things that are only gonna be harmed by silver or some nonsense like that. I feel like it'd be wise to be prepared for that. Okay, that's weaker than the fire sword. So we'll keep that in the back pocket in case we end up needing it. Oh, you can't even use the silver staff. Or the cure staff. Well, it's a good thing I never sold those arrows then. Now, is the silver hammer any good, or is this also going to be bad? It's also bad. Great. Then they have to be useful for a specific situation then. There's no other reason that these weapons would exist that are just a downgrade. Full set of silver armor. I'm suspicious of this. I'm at the very least gonna grab the helmet and the gauntlet because I bet that'll be better than the paladin stuff, but it probably won't be better than the fire then at the rate this has been going. Yeah, because that's only a very slight increase from paladin. Might be wise to... Oh no, he's already wearing all silver stuff, so he's fine. So yeah, I don't even need to buy any of that for him then. For anybody wondering why there's confusion there, we only just got Kain after the last story moment, more or less, so there's still processing occurring as far as all that goes. As those of you that came in from the raid, more or less all came in right after a major story revelation of exactly what the main evil Golbez was after and everything. And what with there being the other 4 crystals in the underground and everything attached to all of that I talked about earlier. It would cost much to feed your huge stomach. How about some ant steak? I feel like you'd need to feed me like a dozen ant steaks for it to matter. I also can't help but notice that there's not really been anything productive here. Did you see my daughter? I'm the cutest girl in this town. Sure. And here, of course, naming Wei is here just like he is in every town, in case you want to change anybody's names. I need to rest. No, not really. So, this town has accomplished absolutely nothing. Now, here's a problem. I need to be able to cross the shallows to get to that cave. But the only way we've ever had to cross Shallows was the hovercraft, which we left very, very far away from here, and it would have no means of getting here. But there's a forest right here. Can I get a flying chocobo here? Is that what they're going for? No. Mystery of mysteries, then. We could try talking to the people of Fabul and see if we learn anything. But as it stands, I feel like I do want to go to that cave, but I have no means of getting there. This is the Mount Ordeals right here, by the way. That's where we became a paladin, so that's ruled out. The fact that there's all these little islands leading here feels like it's meant to be telling me, go here. But considering it's leading from Fabul, let's talk to the people here, see if they have anything useful to tell me. Probably shouldn't have parked so far away. Oh, Cecil. Cecil. They're just gonna keep all saying the same thing. Welcome back. We haven't been back here since a lot of bad things happened and they lost most of their things and a lot went wrong. The king's been wounded, so he's resting in his bedroom. He's still resting? We've been away for a while. Well, one would think. I know I already went in this back area, but I just want to make sure. Yep, okay. Didn't repopulate. I suppose arguably I should have went and checked on Edward as well at some point, since he helped us with the Dark Elf. I just kind of ignored him. Just like, let him rest, he's fine. He's probably better off staying where he is anyway. Yeah, we already had all of this stuff before. Based on the fact that all of this seems to have not really changed, I don't know if there's actually any use to us being here in Fabul. But this also still left me curious, because I want to go talk to the king again. But I don't remember where his room is. I think it's above here. I think it's one more higher. Yeah, there he is. If Golbez acquires them all, the world will face an unprecedented crisis. Yep, that hasn't changed. So, Fabul, I guess, does not have the information I would be looking for. Unless somebody just has the information somewhere in here and you're expected to just go talk to literally everyone, which seems unlikely. Yeah, you said that when we were here before, too. Get going. Yeah, I wish I could. I just need to figure out where I'm going. Unfortunately, there really has not been any indication of necessarily where this entrance to the underground actually is. Only that we need this magma key to get there. That this was the key to the secret. And that we needed the Enterprise to get there. The Enterprise being our airship. Because I don't think there's any way to get the hovercraft over there. And I can't pick the hovercraft up with the Enterprise. This wouldn't have been something. You pick the hovercraft up and bring it over here. Which then makes me still wonder, how do you get to this cave, then? If we land here, you'll notice there is a connection of Shallows from this island to the other island. Though, looking at it again, actually, I don't think they connect completely. Yeah, because down here doesn't connect, and here runs you into the mountain, so I think those shallows might actually be a red herring. But I have no other idea how you would actually get onto that island otherwise. Because there's no space to land on it. Huh. Let me write that down, because that may come in handy later. There we go. Make a note that I cannot reach that cave currently, that I can think of. So I come back there later if I run out of ideas of what to try to get to. Because we've ruled out Mysidia, we've ruled out Fabul. We came from Baron, and we've basically ruled that out already. We could go give the clerics over in Tutoria the bad news of, hey, your crystal's gone. Which I guess we may as well see if they have useful information. I feel like we're just gonna get scolded for losing the crystal if they even have other dialogue. Oh no. If the rumor is true that there are more than 4 crystals, we still have some chances. Crystals were all kept separately to avoid this kind of situation, but... They took it? Then get it back! Oh no, our crystal. Why are the crystals in the hands of an evil one? Because they went and got them, and y'all were incompetent about protecting your crystals? Just a thought. It's not that we lost the crystal, but the problem is that the Golbez has them now. One who has all the crystals will acquire the mightiest power. Oh my, it's not only us, we're all in a crisis. Well, this was all incredibly helpful and enlightening. I mean, we're already here. Let's go talk to Edward, see if anything comes of that. I don't see why it would, but maybe for some reason his kingdom had lore about the secret access to the underground or something. Tella too? How come the people who I love always leave me? Nope, Edward just has sad sack moment and accomplishes nothing, as is pretty much his character arc for the most part. Okay, moving right along. Down here was where the treasury was, and we already cleaned that out, so that's useless. I feel like this is another one of those cases of it's kind of a left field thing you need to do. Or it's like I talked about before, that they expect you to remember something that I obviously do not remember. This cave is how we got up here to this town in the first place before it got blown up. This whole series of caves is how we got across from here. Here's where Rosa had the fever before, right after we'd gotten away from Rydia's town when it got blown up. It might be worth checking the ruins here, though. I can't land in sand. Hang on. Even though the Prince of Damsan didn't have anything to tell us, maybe there's still something here. I feel like that's not going to be the case, but, you know, it's one of those I may as well try situations. Oh, hello. What's this? Now, healed me. You can go to Kaipo along the shallows with the hovercraft. Road of Fabul through Mount Hobbs is being blocked by thick ice. Okay, so this is all the information that they had ages ago, back when we first got the hovercraft from them here. Wish I'd known about that pot healing before, but at the same time it didn't matter. We never really needed it at the point in time that we got to this area. So I want to say I was barely even using healing items at that point because we were getting the inns timed well enough that it didn't matter. Not to mention numbers were a lot lower at this point, so it didn't much matter. Huh. Why is the hovercraft parked over here? Oh, right, because that's the way up the mountain. And what's this cave? Is this the Antlion Cave? Yeah, this is Antlion Cave. Okay. I thought so, but I needed to verify in case that's what I didn't know about. But then again, yeah, there would be nowhere else where Antlion Cave could be, so that had to be Antlion Cave. Huh. It may still be worth going back to Mist again and looking around there, though. Because that seems like a very good full circle moment. Is having it be in the Village of Mist. Have I been here? I don't recognize this town. Agart. Maybe this is where I need to be. Maybe this has something. This is Agart. The village of those who have ancestors who were dwarves. Okay. We have an ancient well enshrined. It's said that this well is bottomless. Huh. Yep, hang on. Hold that thought. Let's look around here first, but I think that well might be where we use the key. Or that's a place where you throw things away and I'm about to make a horrible decision. We can't live without the sun, but our ancestors were a bit different. This does kind of hint at there being a history of this world that actually lines up with the earlier games. Once Corey starts researching, he doesn't even listen to me. This is the Astro Tower, the one and only place with the telescope. There's something going on with the moon. We're very busy researching. Well, I can tell you some of what's going on with the moon. It's getting invaded by Golbez. I am Professor Corey. I research the moon here in this tower. We have two moons. One is just a simple moon, but the other seems to have living creatures on it, and it's turning red. Just like the color of rubies. I hope that doesn't mean anything bad. Can we look at it? Oh wow, we might actually get to see something. Oh, I should not have touched anything. I thought I was gonna get to have control over the telescope and be able to move it around. Moon. I can't help but notice we can only see one of them, though. Where's the other one? Where's the one that's turning red? I guess there's nothing else to see here. Okay. It seemed like some of the stars might have been moving, but I don't really know what I was supposed to be seeing with that. That's a globe. I have to assume, though, that this is one of the places I was meant to find using the Enterprise, is to fly around. Our legend has it that all has its reverse. Yes, this world's no exception. That's another point indicating that this probably is the entrance to Underground, then. I'm very strong, but my great-great-great-grandpa was much, much, much stronger. Good for you. This house is... Oh! This house has Naming Way in it. Okay. I was just mashing away and found Naming Way. What's this shop got for us? Rod, staff, spear, boomerang, shortbow, crossbow... Really? Why does it have so much early stuff in it? Because even the crossbow is something from a while ago. I don't know where you're meant to get here any other time. Out in the middle of the ocean. All iron. What the fuck is going on here? Why are the... What? 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 Our ancestors? How did they come here? Let me see. That is... I forgot. Very helpful. I forget things too, but god damn it. You can't lead up to, oh yeah, our ancestors did this, and then say you forgot. That's not helpful. Very peaceful here in this village, except for those earthquakes we sometimes have here. Earthquakes, huh? I saw something red being swallowed up in the northern crater. It's a crater? Our ancestors came from the Hidden Land. There's a sun there, and it's called the Magma. You came from the Hidden Land, and you have a sun named Magma. And I have a Magma key. Coincidence? 50 GP a night. That's a really cheap inn. It's a shame that I don't need it right now. You, I assume, are just a dancer. Yep, watch me dance. It's the dance in the Hidden Land. Maybe this will actually tell me something, but I'm assuming it's just gonna be just another dance sequence because they had fun making these. I wonder if that's actually gonna be like a hint as to like a button order for the D-pad at some point. She did what? Up, down, left, right? But she went right twice, so maybe that's up, down, left, right, right? I don't know. I don't know if I need to make note of that or not. Darkness and light, they come in a pair. Morning and night, together fill the air. Our ancestors said it. That is actually probably an important rhyme. Relatively speaking, at least. Our ancestors came from the crater up in the northern mountain, but it's blocked now. Besides, we need to fly to get there now. Well then, I think we might have our answer. When we return the key of Magma to where it belongs, the way to our homeland will be open. And someone just spells it out for us. Exactly what I was just putting together. My grandma's lived the longest in this village. She knows a lot. I've noticed. She knew exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, and this is their item shop. Do you sell anything different here? No, you sell the same old things. Well, alright then, the well is not where we use the key of Magma. Then what does the well do? Just thinking about it, it can't be a place to throw away items because we have a trash bin down here at the bottom. So that doesn't make sense. But it also similarly no longer makes sense to use the key on the well. Because there's a crater nearby here, apparently, that the key goes to. Been a little bit since we saved, so we'll go ahead and save. So, northern crater that you have to fly to get to. Wait. But... Huh. How far north is this northern crater you're talking about? I'm gonna try the well since we just saved for shits and giggles. Just in case I'm about to go herring off across the galaxy for nothing. What? Ta-da! I was right. I don't know what they're on about with the northern crater and everything. I guess maybe that's what they were talking about, is the crater that's made by the magma key? But they spoke in a weird order of operations a bit? But we just blew up a mountain, so that's good. Oh yeah, we made a big hole. Huge cells. Huh. Okay. This is a recolor of an enemy we saw much earlier in the game. It looks like they do the same thing that those did, where they just sit there and heal themselves. So that's a choice. These would be very dangerous if they spawned with other enemies. So Remedy half the time seems to revive things, so I'm kind of surprised they're not bringing the other cells old that died back to life. I'm glad they're not, but maybe it's also failing. That's possible. Like maybe for these fights they gave it a lower success chance so they're not just constantly looping forever, which is possible. That is actually entirely possible. Whether that's accurate or not, yeah. Hard to say, really, at the end of the day on that one. But at least we've gained access to the underground, presumably, by blowing the top off that mountain. Just a matter of seeing whether that actually gets us there when we eventually finish killing these things and can actually go anywhere. At one left, and it's just like, nope, I'm out. I think the earlier version of those things did that too, when they were the only one they would run. I'm just lower the airship into this random hole. There we go. Welcome to the underground. Population, a lot of lava. What's that? The Red Wings. What are you guys doing down here? Oh, you seem to be locked in an eternal war with some tanks. Or both sides are shooting us. It's hard to tell. We're late. But who's fighting? We gotta get out of here. Hold on. Yeah, we probably don't want to be in the middle of this. Oh, never mind. We got caught in the crossfire, and I don't think the Enterprise is surviving this. All out, Enterprise. We're going down. Brace for impact, kids. We're going down. Cecil. Yep, that's head trauma. Rosa. All okay? Yeah, but the Enterprise isn't. It's dangerous to fly on. Let's get off. Oh, guess we're walking around the under... Oh, hey, we conveniently crash landed in front of this castle. Castle of Dwarves. Tally-ho! This is the castle of us dwarves, ruled by our great King Gil. Bilbaz is a bad guy, but you seem different. Tally-ho, meet King Gil. Together. 3, 2, 1, lally-ho! I'm Luca. I can't find my dolls. Have you seen them? Authorized dwarves only. King Giat's waiting. Guess he was expecting us. Or perhaps waiting ever since we crash landed next door. Tally-ho, I'm happy you're okay. So happy that you're in my way. Get out of here. Okay, they got an inn, an item shop. Authorized dwarves only. Dwarf items are strange. Can you use it okay? You know, that's such a good question. I'll find out when your shopkeeper stops wandering around. These all seem fine to me. They're the same as what I've been buying. Matter of fact, give me 40 of these Cure 2s, please. Actually, you know what? No, give me 80 of them. Thank you. For those wondering why I'm buying so many, this is the first place I've seen where I can actually buy those. And they're way better than Cure 1s. So, kind of a big deal to have a lot of those. Means my between battle healing will be a lot better than it was before. Otherwise, dwarves only. Alright, so that's all we got here. I don't have a need to use the inn currently. So let's go see the king, I guess. Since he doesn't seem to have a weapon shop in here. Glad you're fine. May I ask who you are, sir? I am the king of the dwarves, Giat, the ruler of the underground. Have you still got the dark crystals? You came for the crystals. I'm afraid 2 out of 4 have been taken. We're late. But the crystal in this castle is still safe. Our tanks turned them away. We've seen your tanks fighting against the airships. Ah, you call those flying things airships. You have strange things in the world above. Would you support us with your airship? Sure, with what's left of it. I wish we could, but it's been greatly damaged from the last fighting and landing. Do you need anything to do with the repairs? The airship won't last in the heat of lava. I must go back to the upper world and wrap the body with mystic silver. See you later. Sid. Don't worry, I'll come back soon. Well, good news, we know where silver is. Take care. Thanks, Rosa. If the airship's dangerous to fly on, shouldn't we all go together? Never mind. I assume there's gonna be something for us to do while we're down here. King Giat, where's the crystal? It's hidden behind my throne. As long as I'm well, so's the crystal. Huh. Yang? I feel someone eavesdropping on us. What? Da-da-da. Hiding in the background of the video game. That's cheating. No one is here. Felt someone sneaking around. Open the door. Ali! Wouldn't this be exactly what they want, though? Oh. Why is the door shut? It's locked. Beep beep ho ho ho! Huh? Oh, the dolls! Oh, this isn't creepy at all or anything. We're the Calabrina, you fools. You've doomed yourselves. We're gonna get ya. We'll take this good news as presents to Master Golbez. Yip ho ho ho. Okay. This was also a really bad time to be down a party member. I didn't know Sid was on the up and up. I would also be suspicious of him conveniently leaving right before the Calabrina dolls appeared. But I think the Calabrina doll was listening in on us the whole time anyway. Now, the thing is, though, how did they get in here before us? Is clearly they were in the, like, stairwell that leads to the crystal, based on where we saw it hopping around when Yang caught it. Like, did they tunnel in? Did they teleport in? Did they just get let in somehow? It's like, part of me wants to say that they got in when we opened the door, but that was not how it was indicated in the scene where we saw them. But that also could be limitations coming into play there, so I would have to see the version of the scene in one of the other versions of the game. Turned into Calabrina. Oh. Real fight time now, I assume. Guess they were taking it easy on us till then. I wonder if it mattered which dolls you destroyed before they merged. It might. But let's break this toy. You know anything useful? Oh boy, he's been turned around. Hit him. Rosa hitting him will be good because that'll uncharm him. It's a good thing I just happened to be indecisive about what spell to use with her at that exact moment. So we actually had somebody readily available to stop Kain before he started jumping on people's heads. And or stabbing everyone. Either one would have been bad. Ran out of power. And now it goes back into the 6 dolls. Okay. Well, that was just upsetting across the board. So I have to kill all 6 dolls before they transform, I presume, then. That seems like that's the key to this fight. Let's hope that the kick finishes that doll in the middle off so we can just keep moving forward. Because I presume I only have so many turns before they transform again. Perfect. Very good. The cowl dolls seem to have more health than the Brainas. But it seems like Yang still does a lot to them, so I think Cecil and Yang split up on what they're attacking, and then Kain tries to help finish off things. And Rosa both helps pepper them and also who helps keep everybody up in health is probably the move here. So apparently the... God damn! They're transforming again, okay. I might be better served focusing the cowl dolls down to begin with, then. I really hope this isn't a scenario where I'm just, like, not strong enough to break these fast enough. That'd be really upsetting. Based on how much damage he did with the kick, though, it might be better if I just have Yang kicking the whole time. In hindsight, I should have had Kain jumping on the dolls, because he does a lot more damage with jump. Speaking of, I really should stop just mashing through his menus and actually have him jump, but, you know. That would involve me being a smarter man than I am today. I also don't know if this just, like, lasts a certain amount of time or if this does have a health bar that can be defeated. Another worrying... Oh, there we go. I guess it was just a combined health bar, and it probably was just progressing faster if I destroyed the dolls fast enough. So maybe it was guaranteed once they went to a certain amount of health in small doll form that they would transform. They'll pay for this. Our Master Golbez already knows of this place. What? Well, Cecil. Yeah, I kind of figured this gave him access to just teleporting into here. Golbez, you got me the other day, but now the old mage is gone. I will tell you why I'm gathering the crystals. All the crystals, both light and darkness, are the keys to reactivate the Tower of Babel that leads to the moon. It is said that the moon possesses powers beyond human comprehension. And there's only one more crystal to get. You've been very helpful. Receive your last reward. Well, we're at a bit of a disadvantage here, but you know what? Let's take a swing at Golbez and see how it goes. Uh-huh. This totally isn't going to just be in an instant loss scenario or anything. Especially with Cecil missing. Is that it? Now. Wait until you see the real terror. Mealtime, Shadow. So here's the thing, though. You missed one. Kane's up in the air. Demolish. So I'm guessing... Oh, nope, Kane came back. Am I actually gonna get a turn? And you, Cecil? The Mist Dragon. There goes his shadow. Go, Kane, get him! That mist blew my shadow dragon away. You can move now. Who is it? Answers to that mystery will have to wait. Ta-da! Wait no longer. Rydia's back. Having learned a lot over time. We'll get into more detail about that in a bit. We are at a little bit of a disadvantage here, considering the save on that only kicked in, you know, after multiple people were dead. But I think that's meant to kill everybody other than Cecil. So having Kane in the air actually did give us an edge there. But why? Ta-da! Titan punched him in the dick and he disappeared. And you'll notice Rydia looks a little different now compared to the kid we were hanging out with before. We did it. We defeated Golbez. Well, thanks to because of your help, Rydia. What happened to you, Rydia? Leviathan swallowed me and took me to the land of the summoned monsters. Took you where? It's the world where all the summoned monsters live. I can't use any more white magic, but I increased my power as a caller and user of black magic. There, the time flows differently. Is that why you look all grown up? Who is she? She's the girl we found in Mist. The child? Amazing. But why? Your mother... Stop that. The queen there told me the greater power of evil is at work. We must confront it together. Rydia. Caller Rydia's joined. We'll deal with your trauma and your guilt later. We have other problems first. I do not perish. His hand's crawling around. That's just cheating. Somebody may, you know, want to do something about that hand crawling up to the crystal. Never mind. Oh my, he took the crystal. So all of that, the heroic moment of Rydia and everything aside, we still botched the job and the crystal got stolen. I'm sorry, Golbez took the crystal. We must protect the last crystal then. Where is it? In the sealed caves of the northwest. But don't worry, the cave cannot be entered without the key. What should we do? Golbez is on his way. So now is the chance for us to regain other crystals in the Tower of Babil. What? Now Golbez is busy trying to take the last crystal. We'll draw all their attention with our tanks and you can sneak in. Now is the only chance. What do we do? Isn't it their fortress? It's dangerous. Well, we must do something now. Now's the only chance we have. Okay. We'll do it. Good, there's a path through the exit in the bottom of the castle. Go whenever you're ready. Good luck. So isn't that just a whole thing to unpack? We've got a whole war to win, pretty much. Because if you think about it, if we manage to take all the crystals in one good stroke here, we win. Theoretically. ignoring the fact that Golbez could just take the crystals back from us at any point, considering how much we've been struggling to fight him in a face-to-face fight at any point. But don't worry about that part. This is a great plan. Nothing could possibly go wrong with this great plan. Oh, there's more people over here, it looks like, that I didn't talk to. And permission? Okay, Lali. Oh yeah, this is where the authorized personnel only thing was. I'm assuming that's the pathway that he was talking about. Big Chocobo? No. Here's a bird of sacred Lali. Big Chocobo will come here and hold your belongings. You two have a lot to talk about, apparently, because you two are disagreeing with each other about what this thing is. Found a carrot. In case you didn't have any carrots, they gave you some. They gave you 3 of them. Because the carrot will summon a big Chocobo that acts as storage. Weapon shop! Dwarf axe, great bow, darkness arrows, fire sword, and flame spear. Okay, they can use axes. I was like, but I don't have anybody that can use an axe. We already have a fire sword. We don't have a flame spear yet, so we'll grab one of those. We're already using a great bow, but we don't have darkness arrows. Those might actually make the bow a little bit more worth using. So we'll just buy a bunch of those. 70 of those should last a bit. Also, Rydia, what's your gear look like? You have a whip, you've got Gaia armor, a silver, a ring. Here, wear a hat. I don't know why you're just not wearing a hat, but here, have a hat. So, I knew Rydia was coming back, by the way. That's why I bought that whip. I didn't realize she was just gonna have a whip when she came back. Okay, those darkness arrows are a little bit better. I wonder if that's, like, dark as in, like, elemental darkness, or if they're, like, blind arrows. It could be either. We are in the land of darkness, so there's options on that. Yeah, that flame spear's a lot better. You know, with all the silver weapons and such we were carrying around, I wonder if we could have just, like, built silver armor for the airship that way. So let's see, 2 wizard hats. It's just because Cecil can wear it, I don't think it's any better for him. 2 wizard robes. 3 rune rings. Fire shield for... Actually, yeah, probably fire shield and... Oop. Right, I forgot. This is what happens if you can't buy something, by the way. Everybody just face plants and dies. Not enough GP. Well, goodbye. I didn't really look at how much that cost, if I'm honest. Yeah, that probably would be a worthy replacement for the silver armor, if I could afford it. Yeah, that's definitely better. It does make a limited degree of sense that that Rydia shows up with Gaia stuff, though. Oh, the tiara is better. Then you keep that, because you are our healer. It is important that you do not die. I also forgot to give the rune ring out. That's definitely an improvement as well. You're still wearing a silver ring. There we go. 22 for her, 25 for Rosa. That's fine. Now, you get one too. 28 and 11. Okay, that's passable. Let's test. Does the wizard hat do anything good for you? It's not terrible. It makes your magic defense a lot higher and your physical only a little lower. So actually, I think I will give that to him. His magic defense is not bad for him to have. At least I'm assuming that's what the orb is. Since it's next to physical defense, it would make sense for that to be magic defense. I could be completely off base with my guesswork there. Meanwhile, over in the right tower, goodies! Dwarf axe. Probably won't use that, because axes have a tendency to be the least accurate thing on the planet in these games. And I'd rather not sit there and watch them not hit anything. We do have ads coming up here in a moment, and I'm probably packing it in soon, because I'd already planned on ending soon. But I pushed on a bit because of the raid. King Gat permits you to take the treasures. So we'll, like, finish cleaning up the castle, and then we will probably wrap. Is that a strength ring or is that a strength bow? The icon could have been either. Ether. I think because of the yellow background, they're ending up with a yellow border, by the way. No, that ether didn't have a yellow border. Weird. Ether 2. Yeah, that's a strength ring. You're wearing gauntlets, so hey Yang. Does this do anything good for you? Makes you do more damage, but it lowers your defenses. I think I am gonna main character privilege this, even though he's wearing gauntlets. It's probably gonna lower his defense more than it lowered Yang's. That's also only one extra attack, though. Does that do more for you, Yang, in terms of how much attack you gained, or was it one more for you, too? No, I think the strength ring might just be bad. There's gotta be something to it, right? There's gotta be a reason it exists. Can I give it to you lot or something? It's still lower for you, too, but it does raise your attack. Not that I would be using that. There's gotta be a reason that strength ring exists. I just don't know what the reason is. So I guess the entire reason could just be sacrificing defense for attack. Side's clear too. Holly ho. Place is a bit dinged up. Clear. Okay, and we looped back here. This brings us back to the main room. Well, we need to walk outside to save anyway. And all things considered, Final Fantasy tradition has been upheld and we did not hang on to that airship for long, huh? We had it for, what, maybe an hour before it got blown out of the sky? And stranded us at a random castle? You say anything different now? Oh, those were your dolls, huh? I see. The tanks are our main force. We won't give up easily, Lolly. The king has shown more love to Princess Luca since the queen is gone. How do you like it here? Stay as long as you like. Have you learned it? Lolly ho! I wonder what he means by it. Might be just lolly ho? I don't know. That was not meant to rhyme, and yet it happened. Let's go check that outer wall section again right quick before we do anything else. So I don't know if there were any other doors out here. Yeah, because there's this middle section where a couple more dwarves are hanging out. Golbez is gone. Any bad guys on the upper world? Yeah. There's a few, that's for sure. So I have a reason to debate whether to end now or wait a little bit. Because I had a specific target in mind, and I can't help but notice that they're not on yet. But I feel like what's coming up is going to take a while. So I'm kind of caught in a split position there a bit. You go in here yet? No, we didn't. This is another room we hadn't been in. This is the nursing room. Dwarves are tough, but we get hurt too. Sleep and get well. Well then. The thing is, I'm also pretty confident that the next segment we get involved in here, I think we can't leave. So I wouldn't be able to stop to save during it. I would be relying on a save state at that point if I wanted to end during that section. So I think I might just forego the target I had in mind and end anyway. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. All you missed for the most part was me finishing walking around here collecting the items that were here, of which there wasn't that much, and deciding whether I wanted to end today here or not. And I think ending before another long section of combat is probably a good idea. We've done a lot here today. I'm gonna check something right quick. Okay, yeah, that is what I thought. This version of Final Fantasy IV does seem like it averages at only like 20-ish hours, so we are a good chunk of the way through then, because we've officially hit about the 10-hour mark. So in theory, we're halfway through the game. In practice, I feel like we might actually be further than the halfway point. But I think there is just a bit more than it makes itself out to sound like there is, at the very least. So that is something to consider. Considering we've had 0 issues just pushing through the game, I'm not surprised that we're going decently quickly through it. I would be mildly surprised if we actually get in and done before the 20-hour mark because of the fact that I'm reading everything. But it's possible. We definitely could end up getting done before the 20-hour mark for the game. It's hard to say. Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, going through the first 3 so far and going through this one is the most Final Fantasy I've ever played in my life, that's for sure, aside from playing a solid amount of 8. And never finishing that either, but I got decently close to finishing that one at least in its day. I am balancing it between the memory I have of when I saw somebody play through this before and just what I can tell of where the story is currently going is where I'm getting my judgment of I might be ahead of that at 20-hour how long to beat time or not. But I do think this is going to be where we stop for the day. It's just a matter of deciding raid or not to raid, and if we do raid, where to raid. The other option is I try to stall for the one I had intended to raid into to go live, but I don't know for certain when they're starting. Like that's the tricky part there. Because in theory, might be in like half an hour. In reality, question mark. I did not ask when they would be starting. So, it's a little bit of a gamble. It becomes a matter in my brain of, like, do I think that the next segment I'm going to be doing would be done within the right time to then be able to do that raid on the time I want to or not? And I'm leaning no. That's fair. So getting up to Gen 7 is a lot of Pokemon still. You definitely got further than I did, and before getting out of that one. Like, honestly, I want to say I've already played something like 6 times the RPGs I ever played in my life to completion on this channel. With having only completed barely double-digit RPGs on this channel. If that tells you anything about how much of a difference streaming has made for me finishing things like this. Like, it is a very significant difference when you have the extra layer of having an audience to make sure to finish the thing you're doing. Just unrolling the list and debating. It is both a wonderful benefit and such a curse to be as indecisive as I am. Being indecisive gives me naturally built-in stalling time, but also means that processes like this take longer. It's kind of a back and forth there. And there's every possibility that I could have just gone straight in and done the next dungeon within the time. But I just don't have confidence in it because I seem to recall that this next bit is actually fairly lengthy. But at the same time, I could just be remembering completely wrong. Because it has been... when did I watch that playthrough? 6 years at a minimum? Since then? Something like that? And then you compound that further, obviously, by the fact that I wasn't the one playing the game, so there's even less memory attachment there because of that. So that is a consideration. Rated them recently. I'm gonna knock audio out to have a look at where this one is. That would be fitting, but also not probably a great response to the statements I would be making about the series as a whole. So let's not cause ourselves a situation there. I love when my stalling ends up backfiring on me. Yeah, they haven't even started yet, and really, that's a possible one. Has been a little bit since we've gone over here. Oh, the joys of indecision, constantly causing me problems. Well, while we're figuring this out, I may as well talk about the schedule right quick anyway, even though that's not going to last that long as a concept. It's important to get it out there and get it through anyway. Of course, as always, it's Dark Souls 3 tomorrow. Thursday, it's more than likely going to be at least one Lurkit game, and I might do some demos on Thursday as well, because there apparently was a showcase that appeared that I didn't know existed. Like Secret Sauce showcase or something like that on Steam that had a bunch of demos I was interested in, but I didn't even know that showcase was happening until it happened to get mentioned yesterday, I think it was. It was either yesterday or the day before. Literally no advertising for that showcase that I know of anywhere, and it just happened to get brought up in conversation that day. So I might end up doing something with that information, though I think the showcase itself ends by that point, but the demos may still be there. Friday is a question mark. Same with Saturday, though Saturday I may just continue to try to beat more games, because I still have plenty of things left on that list to do for Saturday. I had originally intended to have a collab this week, but planning for that didn't end up following through completely. So that's a whole thing there. That's why that hasn't happened yet. There was a multiplayer game I received keys for, but I have not managed to draw together the people I intend to draw together for it. Like, could I go get people? Absolutely. I could go get a bunch of people, well, more than likely right now if I really wanted to. But I have at least one specific person in mind for that, because they will be a very good fit for it. So I'm trying to do something very specific that time. So that's why that's currently in a holding pattern. That'll definitely happen by the end of next week is my intention for that mystery game that I'm talking about to happen. And while I'm talking about upcoming things, I do intend to get that show I was talking about briefly in the Discord off the ground. The as yet not fully confirmed as to what its name's going to be show, where I drag people through nonsense and it's alongside me. The thing is, A, I need to finish settling on a name for it to begin with. B, I need to convince people that they want to actually do it. And then 3, it's schedule hell from there of figuring out when to actually do it. So there's a whole thing there. But that is a plan that's coming up. So if you're at all interested in the idea of seeing me run my own show, good news. That is going to happen soon, TM. The most important thing is it just needs to get all of that setup I was talking about out of the way. There's a very real part of me that might just cut this segment off the end of the VOD. Because all of this is useless to VOD watchers for the most part, everything we're talking about now. Knowing me, though, I will probably not bother, and this will just be there. Yeah, you know, raid planning, future discussion, all of that looped into one. I really, and I say this as well almost every damn raid time that I have trouble with. I need to trim this list, and then you know what I do? I don't do that. I say I'll trim the list, I think about trimming the list, and then I don't trim the list, and then the loop continues. Why am I like this? Nope, that's absolutely no. I need to remove that one, actually, because I didn't realize he used Frosty Tools, and I hate that. I'm not going to elaborate further on that right now. If you know what I mean when I say that, then you know. If you don't, we're not getting into that. Short version, there are certain tools I very heavily disapprove of, and there are important reasons for that. I hate making these choices. Let me give you back music when I'm not actually looking at somebody specifically right now. So you at least have something other than me just mumbling and yelling at myself. Which, this is something I should probably just lob out there while I'm thinking. And give you all something to work on. Do y'all want me to start doing segments either before or after where we actually just discuss these things? Like, things to do in the future, what to go for, etc. As far as just the general future goes. Because I know I need feedback. And let me tell you, when I go to either the Discord or to social media as a whole for feedback, boy does that half the time not go anywhere. Just gonna be real with y'all on that one. I either get feedback of no, nothing needs to change, which is great on the feeling side, but not that helpful on the improving side, and I get crickets, neither of which are particularly helpful. But I also don't want to just pivot into a conversation about channel detail and things like that in the middle of doing something else. So it's kind of an awkward dance there. It's like, do I just start making a separate section at the beginning or end for that so that people that are actually interested in that don't end up missing the discussion and I don't end up boring people? There's a lot to think about with that. And I'm probably thinking too damn hard about it because I think too damn hard about almost everything involved in anything I do. But I figure I may as well throw that into the air while I'm trying to make any sense of my choices here. So it gives y'all something to kind of think about out in the meanwhile and something to work with. I'm definitely running out of the power to keep stalling, and my plan has definitely not worked. So I may need to just make a decision and get it over with at this point. Despite the fact that, you know, the whole goal was to try to stall. There's only so much stalling power I have due to timing. Actually, wait. No, you only just recently started 2. I tell you what. I've gotten it down to 2. I'll flip a coin, we'll go with it. Okay, easy. So we'll go see Isleana, who's playing Palworld. We've only been going for like an hour so far, so they should be on for a solid bit of time after this. So, in case people tuned out while I was staring at all of this, I'll go through the schedule quickly one more time for all of you. Tomorrow, Dark Souls 3, Thursday, Lurk It and demos, Friday, question mark, Saturday, probably beating a game, There you go. All of that's going to be at normal time of 2 p.m. Eastern, aside from Thursday being probably more like the 4 or 5 p.m. It's not a collab, so I can kind of just do whatever, but I'll probably keep it to that same range just for sake of keeping consistency. There you go. There's your schedule, there's your information. Sometimes stalling just doesn't work out. Such is life. You too, Tara. Thank you for hanging out. And thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Be good to Liana, she's good people, and I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully. Good night, everybody.